Right, this is a call to everybody out there. We are live. We have just gone live so the world can see everybody out there. So please, people, social distance as much as possible. And we'd like everybody to please have their masks on. We are now live out on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, it means the entire globe can see us all. So let's please do the necessary and stick to the rules and regulations. Right, everybody, it looks like race number 1 is about to commence in the ninja category. The ninjas are out there. Only 3 of them I see out there on the track. There might be another one that will be coming out to join us. I see the 2 Rauch cars out there, plus Franco Triter. We're still waiting out there for Leia Hafenga to come out onto track, the youngest young lady racer. She's only 4 years old, Leia. And that 713 Ninja Midget is not out on track yet. So we are waiting to see if that car does come out. The pit gate has been kept open, so I'm sure that she will be joining us shortly. Right, it's only 1:45, so we were scheduled to start at 1400 hours dead. And so we are about to get going pretty soon.
Well, folks, just waiting. There's one more Ninja Midget still to come out, and I think that is in fact Leia, and she's proudly 4 years old, and I think we're just waiting for her to come out onto the circuit as well. Hopefully we can get her out onto the circuit, and we'll be AFA away from there. FC Nivat will be down on the circuit, and he'll be doing some photography for the first round of races. 3 heats and a final. Probably fine. It's going to be a draw, pole, invert, and then a straight draw for heat number 3, and then highest points at the front for the finals, and then total points overall for first, second, and third in class.
Travel 1 is maximum. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. We're just doing a quick microphone test. Just doing a quick microphone test for everybody out there. We're just going to get the...
Well, there's 4 Ninja Midgets that have been signed in for today. EJ Raag, Devon Raag, Franco Tritter, and then Leah Havenga is the other rider that we're waiting for. Just 4 years of age, probably the youngest ever Ninja Midget and or in any class, in fact in oval track racing, in the history of oval track racing, to be out on circuit under the VUMSA rules. And the MSA is set on 10, and then once you go away from that to the more senior classes, 16 would then be the cutoff line at that point. Well, looks like Leah Havenga is not going to be able to make it out for heat number 1. So EJ Raag, Devon Raag, and Franco Tritter. That is the 3 that is out there. They're going to be starting on the uphill. So just a little bit of assistance there from Mr. Starter. Make sure we can get that cart off the line. So the number 20 is EJ Raag. The 34 is Devon Raag. The 69 is Franco Tritter. That's the orange and black. The one that looks slightly different to the other 2. Looks like that clutch is slipping a little bit on one of the Raag carts. Probably burnt the clutch a little bit on the uphill. Once that clutch takes, it'll probably be quite fine. So it will be the 69 of Franco Tritter that will probably be the quickest of this grouping out there. 2 Raag youngsters, still very, very young, but that's the right age to get them out there on the circuit.
Right, it looks like they're going to have to abort the start. Yeah, the red flag has come out. This one is not underway. That is the 69 of Franco Tritter. The 34 out there, that is Devon Raag. And then EJ Raag is the other driver out there, and it seems like they're going to have to abort the start. That car's going absolutely nowhere. That other car that you see on the back straight there. So Franco Tritter is going to have to just slow it right down. They're trying to get that cart up and going again. So we've got the 2 Raag carts out there and the 69 of Franco Tritter. The marshal has got that cart going once again. So it is mobile. So Franco Tritter gets shown here by the COCs today that they just have to just slow it right down and wait for everybody to just catch up once again. That is the number 20, and that is little EJ. Had problems out there on the line. And that's his brother, that's Devon Raag, busy working his way through. So they're going to stop them there on the other side. They'll all pull away together. And when they get here to the start line, or that's the whole idea, to pull away together. And when they get to the start line, then they will be sent on their way. Right now, they're all over the place as the 69 makes its way out of turn number 1. Or should I say out of turn number 2, the flag goes down, and this one is now officially underway. The Connaught Motors Engineering Ninja Midget into turn 1 pit corner. Goes a 69 up there in P1. That is a Franco Trita. He's been chased down there by the number 2-0. That's in second position. And that is the number 2-0 of EJ. EJ Rauch, look how quick EJ Rauch is out of the Midas corner. Working their way down the home straight, literally downhill into turn 1. We'll refer to that as the Tony's corner or pit corner. Out of turn 1 they come now. The two of them are side by side. That's the two leaders. The 69 sits there in that second position. He's going to have a look up on the inside of the 2-0 of EJ Rauch as they exit turn number 2. They're going to put a lap here on the 34. That's Stefan Rauch, but have a look at this. You can't believe this. In a month of Sundays, EJ Rauch has got the hammer down and he's dropping the 69, leaving him there for dead behind. So Franco Trita, that we would have thought would be the quickest of the two as a race uphill, level it out here in turn 2, coming back down towards us once again as EJ runs it down into the pit corner. Franco Trita in that second position thinking, man, what do I have to do to wring this thing's neck? Remember, they've all got the Coma motors in except for the 69. He's got the one of the other 60cc engines in as the checkered flag comes out. And EJ Rauch brings it home in P1. Franco Trita in the 69 finishes in second. And third across the line will be the 34 of Stefan Rauch. The checkered flag is out there waiting for the 34 to come towards us. The other two have taken the checkered flag already. And here comes Stefan Rauch home in that third position. So that is the opening race of the event, the Connaught Motors Engineering Ninja Midgets.
All right, here we go with the junior development class. First up onto the grid, Peter Lagrancy. A young lad had a bit of a fright last weekend when he was right behind his sister that clipped a tire and rolled the car at Kleinplaas Mega. And he was literally the first to get to her. And you could see he was noticeably rattled with that. Only two that have come out of the pits. The second one being the 65 of Anushka Maritz. Don't see Jessica Ackerman coming out on circuit, or Liam Kruger for that either. I did see Liam Kruger's car in the pits, but has not come out onto the circuit.
LG Towing is the sponsor of the junior development, and unfortunately we only have two of them out there. Peter Lagrancy in the LG Towing Mini, a resident driver of Mega Oval in Worcester, and then the 65 Golf of Anushka Maritz. They're the two cars out there as the Womza flag goes down. This race is officially underway. Peter Lagrancy working his way into turn number 1 as heading out of turn number 2. The pit corner is Anushka Maritz in the 65. Lovely looking motor car, obviously still under construction. Lovely spray job, I must add, on that 65. However, the 777 LG Towing Mini working its way out of the pit corner, literally racing uphill into turn number 1. That is a race leader, Peter Lagrancy Jr., as he exits at turn 1, working his way down the back straight. In second position is that 65 Golf, that beautiful Golf, of Maritz, Anushka Maritz, very much a newbie in the sport, as we wait now for Lachransi to work his way past us to start another lap.
Well, Lachransi definitely the quicker of the two, but I must say Peter Lachransi is one of those youngsters that started off very, very slowly and grew in stature, grew in personality, grew in driver ability and confidence, and just got quicker and quicker and quicker, and now becoming a very competent little racing driver out there. So his sister races, his dad races as well, and see he's got a lot of checkered flag stickers on the inside of that motor car, on the boxing that has been done on the inside of that motor car. So he's got high aspirations for his racing career going forward.
Well, he's having a lot of fun out there. He's Peter as he works his way out of pit corner. Anushka Maritz working her way there into turn number 1. And out of turn 1 she comes now as the leader. That lovely blue Mini works its way out of turn 1 down the back, man. He'll be catching that Golf in second position pretty soon as they work, or should I say as she works her way across the finish line, heading into turn 1. The white flag comes out. One more lap to go for race lead, the 777 Mini of Peter Lachransi. Into turn 1 he goes. I don't think he will be able to catch that Maritz Golf heading into pit corner. Now he's racing it as hard as he can down the back straight into turn number 2. The checkered flag will come out for your race winner, the 777 LG Tow-in Mini of Peter Lachransi. He wins this one very comfortably indeed with Anushka Maritz in the 65 Golf, working her way now into turn 2. She's the only other car out there still racing, as Lachransi will slow it right down, working his way towards the gate. The flag comes out and Maritz brings the 65 Golf home in that second position.
All right, folks, please make sure you have your masks on around the circuit. Iedereen elkeen, ons soek asseblief julle maskers. Moet aanwees. All right, so it's the midgets out on track. And Andre Litzer, the first one that's out there. It's going to be interesting to see how he goes with that motor car. That's his new car. He's done 4 or 5 meetings with it. A very, very immaculate motor car. That the 71 of David Parkins is out there as well. The 9 car, that's Elisma Geldenhuys. The very similar looking motor car, but with a 10 on it. That will be Zim Geldenhuys. See, Valdo Tritter has also entered in the number 11. Just waiting for that one to come out on circuit as well. So there the 2 Geldenhuys cars are, the 9 and the 10. You can see the difference in the coloring. The bright yellow and red is Zim, and the other one is Elisma. give them a couple of laps to warm up. Clock of the course shows 3 more laps. These cars are very, very skittish on cold slicks. You've got to get some temperature into the tires to get any form of grip out of them. Big thanks to everybody that's tuned in at home and watching the racing. Well, problems. We've got Zim Geldenhuys that's standing stopped on the circuit. The yellow flags have come out. Zim Geldenhuys tried to remove that car from the circuit. It just stopped dead on him. We can get the breakdowns, please. Well, let's hope it's not a terminal problem for him. It stopped very, very suddenly. And normally you'd be able to take it out again and let it roll. Even if it's got a lock diff, you turn the steering wheel, make the front wheel straight, and it will roll down the hill without any problem. Not a lot of toe out on the front suspension on these type of motor cars. They tend to turn in pretty decently. I can hear he's cranking the starter at the same time as what he's being pushed. And there is no life there whatsoever. Nope, it's going to have to go off onto the infield. So Zim Geldenhuys is not going to be able to start the... oh, that's Valdo Tritter. So it's Valdo Tritter. That is the 11 car. It's not the 10. So my apologies for that. Zim Geldenhuys has withdrawn. And that is now Valdo Tritter. Right, Frankie, here they come. The white flag is out.
Right, white flag is out. They're going to go around one more time with the midgets as they head into turn 1. Only 4 of them out there. I would go with David Parkins in this one. But Lizzie is pretty quicker as it is. But Andre Litzer could be the man that could just surprise a lot of them. However, the odds-on favorite would be that 71 of David Parkins. However, we'll have to look and see. The green Wamsa flag is up, and we're about to go racing with the midgets as the flag goes down. And away they go into turn number 1. It's Litzer that takes the lead. Oh, he has no idea that the 71 of Parkins was there on his inside, and accidentally he forced the 71 onto the inside. But Parkins back in that second place again. I think he might have issues with that car. Yes, he has. With the contact that was made between himself and the 42 up front of Andre Litzer. That will put Elisma Geldenhuys in that second position. And David Parkins drops down to third.
Valdo Tritter gets his car pushed just a little bit further away from the circuit. The man that's down there taking photos, that is Colin Brown. The man up top as they come through the top corner is FC Nivot. That is going to be taking lots of photos for us. So as Frankie said, David Parkins probably going to be the man to catch in this class, irrespective of how many cars they're going to be out in the midget class during the course of today.
Well, he's sitting in that second place, and Andre Litzer that sits out there in P1 with that 42 car. He's flying around here. He's absolutely buzzing around this track. He's got the hammer down as he races it down into turn number 1. No problems out there for the 42, the race leader of Andre Litzer, as he works his way up the back nine to put a lap there on the number 9 of Elisma Geldenhuys. He's going to put a lap on Elisma now as the white flag comes out for the final lap for the leader, the 71 coming out of turn 2. But it's all about that man with a half a lap to go. Race leader heading into turn 2, the 42 of Andre Litzer.
Right, next up will be the stock rods. Looks like most of the people have made it through. And I see that Marco Rousseau has 8 on track. Kayla Jones, I see a stripe through her name, but I did see Kayla Jones at the driver's briefing, unless she was entered in 2 classes initially. So it looks like we'll probably see her out there with the 1660s as the cars come out onto the circuit. Good couple of different car driver combinations that we're not accustomed to, so we're going to learn with you during the course of the day. The 119 of Ronaldo Rousseau, that is on the front row of the grid. In there behind that is going to be young Liam Kruger. Still on the inside line is Harmsa in the 26, and then the Tony's car that you see on the back of the inside row, that is, I think that's the 52. Yep, that is Mia Ellis. Front row on the outside, Charlene Anderson. In behind that, in the second of the Tony's Mark 1 Golfs, that's Mina. Then the 11 Golf in there behind that is Jacques Bezuidenhout. And then Michelle Brunt coming off the back end of the pack. Well, Michelle Brunt from the back of the pack, I would say the smart money should be there. Liam Kruger on a good day will be very quick. Remember, Harmsa in the 28, the black Aircon car, the third row, will also be pretty quick. Frankie, take him off the line.
Right, here we go with the 1660 modifieds as the flag goes down, and off we go. As they run it down into turn number 1, keep an eye there on Michelle Brunt, Krappies, Harmsa, and I'll even go with Jock Bezuidenhout as well. Michelle Brunt's gone past 3 car already. She sits down there in P5. She hangs around the outside of the 11. That's number 15 of Michelle Brunt from Cape Town Drivers Motor Club. She works her way up there just behind Liam Kruger. Another man to watch out for will be that 26 of Krappies Harmsa. Down the back man they go, but Bezuidenhout, he's going to have a look up on the inside of the 15. Up into that 3rd, 4th place. They are side by side coming out of pit corner. They're chasing down race leader. That's the 119 of Ronaldo Rousseau. Liam Kruger's in that 2nd place. Bezuidenhout sits there in 3rd. Running around on her. He's outside. He's Michelle Brunt, and here comes Harmsa. The 26 car right in there behind the 11 of Bezuidenhout is Krappies Harmsa. As they work down into turn number 1, that is Roland Krappies Harmsa. It's all about that 4 down the back main as the lighty hits the lead. Liam Kruger leads into pit corner.
Liam Kruger doing a lovely job. Remember, we said earlier on, Liam Kruger on a good day can go with them. But I tell you what, Jacques Bezuidenhout's doing a brilliant job. Michelle Brunt just sticking a hand out the window. She must have made contact with somebody. I think it was with the 119 of Ronaldo Rousseau. But that front group of 4 cars, that's where the action is right now. Linus Stern, look at that. Ellis not been able to do. Oh, the 2 cars have actually hooked up, and that took Brunt right to the outside. So Jacques Bezuidenhout having done so well, Michelle Brunt having done so well, now finds herself going a little bit further down the pack.
Well, Michelle Brunt made slight contact there with the number 11. He never knew that she was there on his outside. Her bumper has completely come adrift there as the warning flag comes out for the number 11. The number 11 of Bezuidenhout's got the unsportsmanlike conduct flag. He sits there in that 3rd place, but Liam Kruger in P1 has been hassled. Oh, there's contact between Kruger and Harmsa in a pit corner. No harm seems to be done at this point in time. Everybody is still going hell for leather. Down into turn number 1 they go. Bezuidenhout sits on his outside, and in P4 making a comeback is Michelle Kruger as there's contact between Mina and Mia Ellis down the back main.
Luckily no harm done with that, but back to the front end of the field. Look at this. Liam Kruger has now got the 3 other fastest cars out there behind him. It's Harmsa, it is Bezuidenhout and Brunt. Oh, a problem for the 28 car of Harmsa as he slows down going down the back main, and that takes him completely out of it. The white flag comes out the last lap for Liam Kruger as he leads out from Jacques Bezuidenhout and Michelle Brunt.
Right, the leaders are heading out of turn number 1, working their way down the back main. It's going to be all about this young man, Liam Kruger. When last has he taking the checkered flag out there in P1. The flag is out, and the young gun, Liam Kruger, comes home in P1. Jock Beside note second. Third across the line is Michelle Brown. Fourth will be Mina Ellis. Fifth will be Ronaldo Rousseau. And in P6, the 78 of Charlene Anderson. Wow, bad luck out there to the 26 Gansbaai Aircon Golf of Roland Krappies Arms, having problems out there during this heat.
All right, Frankie, next up going to be Gamco Services, the Super Saloons. In the old days, we called it the V8 class.
Yeah, the Super Saloons, well, they are still basically referred to as the V8s, the AMS, when we are out on dirt, but on tar ovals. And this lime oval is classified as tar. It is known as the Super Saloons, and this class at Cape Agulhas Raceway is sponsored by Gamco Services. A big thanks to one and all at Gamco Services. That will be the class out next. A bit of running repairs being done here onto the track, and the moment that running repairs has been done, we will get going with the Gamco Services Super Saloons.
Well, a big welcome to our COC for the day, Mia Krichler, a lady racer. She's in fact been 7 years already that she's been involved with the motorsport side of entertainment on a Saturday, and doing her first official stint as a COC here today, alongside Van Krichler, a very well-known commentator, one of the top COCs in South Africa as well. And he's our official flag man for the day.
Not only just that, he is a track inspector and teacher as well. He gives all the classes and teaches the people how to do the things, and COC exams and lap scoring exams and scrutineer exams. Yeah, and one of the senior officials in oval track racing in South Africa. And he's been involved in this sport since about 1998, if I'm not mistaken. So he's been around the sport for many years, and a seasoned campaigner from the commentating and the officiating side.
He was post-puberty when he started in motorsport, so we won't give his age now.
Right, so the Gamco Services
V8
Super Saloons are about to go racing the moment they are finished with the track inspection, so it's all systems go.
Nice to see that Marius Nicholson is going to be out there again. I haven't seen Marius Nicholson for a long time. He's been back on the rigs, and well, I'm glad for his sake that he's managed to get back on the rigs. Not a lot of the guys have been able to get back onto the rigs, be it onshore or onshore services or out on the rig side, a lot of them being hot stacked, but a massive quantity of them that have been cold stacked, and for that purpose a lot of the guys sitting without employment in the oil industry for an extended period of time. Morris being one of the most experienced guys in that line, has been one of the regulars that have gone out on a limb and stuck it out, and when he does come back, he's always the first place he comes to is the racetrack, So nice to see Marius Nicholson back here. Derek Talliard, well, pretty much legend in this part of the world in terms of the Bredasdorp oval track. Dwayne Rademacher, Jandre Staden, not a known name to us. Jacobus Tiart, we've seen him with the 45 car on numerous different meetings since we started racing again. Jasper Tiart out there again. Jesse Huggett in the 58 car. So he's battling a bit with the suspension of that motor car, but will give it his best.
Well, we have seen Jandre Staden. He raced at the Cape Al Drivers. He's either from Klerksdorp, Star Raceway, or he's from the Rock Raceway. I'm not sure, he's from one of the two, but he has had a stint at the Cape Al Drivers as well as a guest driver, and that was when we basically came back in February month with that event at CHD at Killarney International Raceway, and he was one of the guest drivers from up north.
Right, here we go, out on circuit. The first of the Tiarts coming out there as well. Peter Lagrancy. That motor was sounding very rough towards the end of the finals at Kleinplaatsie. Got the car earlier on stuck in a lower gear, and well, he revved it into the rev limiter all the time, but it cost pretty heavily. Jesse Huggett in the 777. No, Jesse's going to be in the 58. Looks like they've still got the 57 on the 777 on the car, but he's racing under his own number 58. The 4 car coming around is a Marius Nicholson. Well, he's going to have to get accustomed to that motor car. Left-hand drive, V8, not something that he's accustomed to whatsoever, but he's got a limited amount of time that he's now onshore again, so whatever he can get his hands on to drive, put the money down, go out there, go and drive it and go and have fun.
Right, these cars being out there on slick tires, they're going to get a chance to warm them up. Jandre Staden does come from the Rock Raceway. He represents the Rock Raceway in Brakpan, and I'm led to believe that that motor car is extremely fast. Well, I know it's very fast. This car raced at CHD, and he would certainly be one of the favorites to walk away in this category. This class sponsored by Gamco Services. The warm-up laps are almost done, and we will go Super Saloon racing very soon. We see that Mia and Wedrenne Kriegler are showing them one more lap to go, and then we will get this one underway. So who have we got out there? We've got the 777 of Peter Lagrancy Senior. We've got the 46 of Jasper Tiart. We have the 12 out there of Dwayne Rademacher. And then we've got Jandre Staden. Derek Talliard is in the house as well. Marius Nicholson, Jesse Huggett, and then Jacobus Tiart. So they're all in there. Have a look at my list here. Not one of them have withdrawn, so all of them that are supposed to be out there in the Gamco Services Super Loons are there. They get the yellow and red flags to show they need to stagger the grid, and then we'll get this one officially underway.
So in effect there's 2 777 cars out there. The second row on the inside is Jesse Huggett. The third row on the inside is Peter Lagrancy. So they'll get them all nice and close together. Clerk of the course is going to hold out the white flag as they come around, not the starting flag. So you'll get them all nice and closely together. The 11 and the 46 on the front row of the grid. The old hand, Derek Talliard on the inside line. On the outside of that, Jasper Tiart in the E36 BMW. Second row on the inside is in fact Jesse Huggett himself. The Grancy in there behind him. And Dwayne Rademacher closing off the inside line.
The Womser flag is up, but off we go as the flag goes down and into turn number 1. That's Del Wallace himself, Derek Taylor, that leads him out there with Jasper T out in second, but watch that man from the Rock Raceway in Brakpan. That's Jean-Ray Staden racing up into that second place. Staden, I did say early on, he will be the odds-on favourite in this one. Jesse Haggett sits out there in that 4th place. He looks around the outside and pulls back in there behind, and now looks again on the outside of Jasper Tiat. Then it's Kobus Tiat, followed there by Dwayne Rademacher and Marius Nicholson, but the fight is on in for the lead between the 11 and the 35 of Derek Toliart, and on his outside the man from up north, from Brakpan, from the Rock Raceway, that is Jean-Ray Staden, as the 2 leaders run down into turn 2.
All right, the new 2 leaders going past us. Here comes the rest of the pack. A man that started right up front in the 46 car, Jasper Tiat, finds himself with Jesse Huggett right in there behind him. They're fighting it out for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th going up the back main. And the 12 car trying to climb in there. That's Dwan Rademacher. The 3 of them very, very close to one another. They're going to come up behind the car that they're going to the left now. That's the Francie. The Francie goes to the inside line and he blocks all of them. Jesse Huggett having a look around the outside, and Jesse Huggett, the first one to go through, is the Francie, running very slow, but stays right in the middle of the pack.
Well, look at this fight going down there in P1 and P2. Out of the pit corner they come now, and hugging the inside line is Derek Toliart. Sitting on his outside is Jean-Ray Staden. They're picking up the back marker. That's the 4 Saskar of the man out there, Marius Nicholson. So the 2 leaders heading down into turn number 1, and the line has been covered neatly there by Derek Toliart. If anybody knows his way around this racetrack, it's Toliart. You've got the yellow flags that came out briefly there for the 777 of Peter Lagranci Senior that lost the track, and he gets lapped there by the 2 leaders as they work their way out of the pit corner.
Oh, they're having a ding-dong battle a little bit further back. It's Jesse Huggett that's broken away from Tiat. The yellow flag was going to come out, and the 12 car, oh, look at that! He spins it right around, and that brings out the full course yellow. The Jean-Ray van Staden car that spun himself out gets back on circuit. The 12 car of John Rademacher, he has parked that car on the inside. So that fantastic battle that we saw has now evolved into a completely different scenario, where we've got the lead, Tony's car, and the checkered flag will come out as they come around.
Right, looks like that they might go 1 lap back. That could be the possible decision. They're going to finish this one under the yellow flag. So the checkered flag has come out, and this one has been called to a finish. Well, Dwayne Rademacher out there in the 12 car had a bit of a problem out there in the pit corner. So the breakdown services are going to take the 12 of Dwayne Rademacher back to the pit area.
Well, the call being made to go 1 lap back, and the 12 to the back of the pack. That was the car that caused the incident. It was Dwayne Rademacher, so everybody holds on to their positions that they were in. The man that caused the problem then gets scored at the tail end of the field. A nice fair way to make sure everybody gets their correct result from that one. Right, next up should be the Worcester Clutch and Brake 1660 class. Cape Town Drivers Champion Andre de Toy going to be out there. Caleb Jones in the 86. See Yaku De La Rey and Zane were both signed in. Only Yaku that has entered on the day. Theo Brits, Jason Madeira, and then the Peter van Staden 644 will be out there as well.
Well, I was walking around in the pit area and I had a look at Peter van Staden's car. It's a Volkswagen Beetle, a lovely looking VW Beetle. How it goes, well, that we'll find out now for the first time.
There's a lot of engine stuck in that little hole at the back
Yeah.
where the Beetle motor used to be.
So we'll have a look, see exactly how he's going to do out there. They're still battling with the number 4 SAS car of Marius Nicholson to get that car back into the pit area. So obviously Marius not being used to that motor car, and it's having problems on its own, or should I say problems of its own, and they're going to get that thing back to the pits shortly. But 1660s will be up next, and the class sponsored by Worcester Clutch and Brake.
Right, here we go with the 1660s coming out on circuit. Right, so it's going to be Kayla Jones on the front row of the grid with a Westcape Spares snap change sponsored car. One of probably 10 cars that's assisted by a Westcape. Then we've got Andre de Toy, the Torque Lubricants Protec Racing Purple Gorilla Projects car on the front row of the grid, ex-KPL Drivers 1660 champion. Then we got Jaco de la Rey that's out there, the number 4 car on the outside, that's Peter van Staden. And then coming off the tail end of the field, that's the new car of Jason Madeira, that's the Jumbo Golf. He'll be coming off the tail end of the field. But it'll be pretty interesting to see the likes of Kayla Jones going one-on-one with Andre de Toy. Pretty much unknown factor in the 4 car, Peter van Staden. Not too sure how quick he will be on this circuit. The car looks very, very good.
Right, so the Wimser flag is up and off we go with the 1660 modifieds down into turn number 1. Out of turn 1, they're side by side. Jones on the inside, Andre de Toy on the outside. Andre de Toy hits the lead going down the back lane. Jones sits there in second position, followed there by Jaco de la Rey and Peter van Staden. Another driver comes from up north. There is Peter van Staden sitting out there in that 4th place. They're followed there in P5 by the 555 Golf of Jason Madeira. However, down the back lane, it's all about the 17, the 100 and the 4 and the 86. Heading into turn number 2. Andre de Toy sits out there in P1. Right behind him is the 100 of Jaco de la Rey. Then the number 4 of Peter van Staden and the 86 of Kayla Jones. Keeping in mind that Kayla Jones is out there in a stock rod and she's doing damn good work out there with the other 1660 modified.
Ex-KPL Drivers 1660 champion Andre de Toy with a Wingfield sponsorship on that car as well. Leads them out very nicely. I must say De La Rey on a very, very good run as they work their way down the back lane. Kayla Jones battling to stay with them. Peter van Staden with an immaculate motor car in that 3rd position. Got the tail end wagging slightly as he came off the brakes and onto the gas. Nothing much in it between 1st, 2nd and 3rd.
Well, it's all about those 3. The one with the best seat in the house is the 86 of Kayla Jones. She's sitting out there in P4. Got no pressure from the 555 as that car is too far behind. So any mistake made by the 1st, 2nd or 3rd car, then Kayla Jones in a P4 will capitalize. But up front, it's all about the man from the KPL Drivers. Down the back lane he goes. He's also on the committee of CHD. Mr. Andre de Toy with the white flag coming out to start his final lap. The KPL Drivers are sitting in P1 and P2 at this point in time. Out of turn 1, down the back lane they go. There's a half a lap left for the 3 leaders into turn number 2. The checkered flag is out. And Andre de Toy will win this one rather comfortably indeed with Jaco de la Rey in 2nd. Peter van Staden crosses the line in 3rd and right on their case in P4, the 86 Golf of Kayla Jones.
Lovely drive there by Andre de Toy leading out, but I must say De La Rey in that 2nd position is a man that's done exceptionally well and held on to that position very nicely. Just in there behind that, the 4 car, Peter van Staden, a beautiful looking motor car, lovely spray job on that car, sleek lines, and drove that car very, very well. Kayla Jones coming through in a very respectable 4th position in some top quality racing out there. Next up, I do believe, should be the V8 sprint cars. And that'll be Kenny Goos, Dillian Goos, Graham Parkins, and Uncle Willie Zurich. Frankie had a chat with Uncle Willie there in the pits just a couple of minutes before the meeting started.
Yeah, we had a chat to him, but before we talk about that, this class is sponsored by SPME Industries. Yes, he raced, sure, I think about a year ago. He said 13 months ago was the last time he raced, and he went down to Richards Bay, and he was supposed to do a race event there in December month, and then one of the other drivers had thinners that was sold to him accidentally instead of methanol, and buggered that engine up completely. So what did Wild Willie Zurich do? He goes and takes his V8 Sprint motor out and puts it in that chap's car, that at least he could enjoy his day's racing. So with that, it meant that it was 1 year and 1 month ago since Willie Zurich turned the wheel in anger.
I must say, still looking young and strong and very keen to race. And well, we can only but thank a man like that for so many decades of entertainment. I can remember as a youngster sitting on the grandstands at KPL Drivers at the Goodwood Showgrounds when Wild Willie Zurich had a combi motor, these two big cylinder head covers sticking out, one on either side of the car. It looked so strange with that combi motor inside one of those cars. And he was then already known as Wild Willie Zurich, one of the best of the best of the best in midget and sprint car racing through the last 5 decades.
Oh, look, if it's not an open wheeler, not a midget or a V8 sprint, then Willie Zurich is not interested. It has to be a midget or it has to be a sprint car, i.e. it must be an open wheeler. That is what Wild Willie Zurich does.
Well, how's that? Push one, pull three, and that's not a gear ratio. That's a bucky that gets 4 sprints out on circuit all at the same time.
Right, this is going to be a noise around the Cape Agulhas Oval. It is indeed coming towards us now. It says number 4 on the side. Oh, that is Kenny Goos. Kenny Goos out there with the number 4. So the 17 did not come out onto the track, and that would be Graham Parkins. We'll have a look-see. Ah, there I do see the 17 out on track. Oh, okay, so that is the Dillian car. She is in the 16, so yeah, the 17 is out on track. So the 17, the 16, the 4 and the 5, all 4 of them are out there. This class sponsored by SPME Industries. Dillian Goos will be in the number 16. That's the red number 16. That's working its way towards us. And then the number 17, that's the blue number 17 that they're still trying to fire up in the inside of the track by the pit gate. And then behind that will be the number 5 of Wild Willie Zurich, a man that's not only just done racing here in South Africa, Willie has raced sprint cars over in the USA for many years as well. Alright folks, here we go with the V8 sprint cars, 4 of them out there. The stagger flags come out, now they'll do them 2 by 2. In pole position, Dalian Gous, on Dalian's outside, Graham Parkins. Then the 2 hot shots will be coming through from the back. The number 4 is Kenny Gous, on his outside. The number 5 is Willie Zurich. It's all about those 2 at the back. The 4 and the 5, that's the cars we have to focus on. As the white flag is out, they will circulate the Cape Agulhas Raceway for one more time. I tell you what, Willie Zurich will be fast and Kenny Gous will be fast. The 4 and the 5, that is what it's going to be all about. Graham Parkins will certainly mix it in there with them as well. As the flag is up, the flag goes down, and away we go. As they race down into turn number 1, at front it is Graham Parkins coming out there in P1. Willie Zurich is in that 3rd place. Look at the power of that number 5 of Willie Zurich as he moves up there into that 2nd place, and now challenges for the lead, and into the lead goes Willie Zurich.
Wow, look at the pace of Willie Zurich as he just blasts away up the back lane. Well, he makes everybody else look like they're standing still. Meantime, they're doing stupidly quick laps out there. Wow, Willie Zurich, what a racing car driver combination.
Right, so Willie Zurich sitting out there in P1. Graham Parkins in that 2nd position and right on his heels and very close to the number 4 of Kenny Gous. Kenny Gous, I would have thought by now would have been in that 2nd place, but keep in mind, not only is Graham Parkins a pretty good racing driver, but Kenny Gous in the old car that was campaigned by Kenny Gous, and Kenny Gous sits there behind the car that he used to race in previously.
Oh, it's amazing stuff to watch this, man. But look at this battle for 2nd position. And there's nothing much between the 2 of them. The 4 car of Kenny Gous right in there with the 17 of Graham Parkins. Up the back lane there goes. That's where the dice is right now. Neither of those 2 will want to end up in that 3rd position. They know they can't run with wild, but they know it's a one-on-one between the 2 of them for that 2nd position.
The racing, problems out there for Willie Zurich, the race leader. I think that's a V8 motor that has said goodbye as he pulls the car onto the inside of the track. So that could be problems out there for that number 5. It looks like there's definitely, it's leaking heavy oil. So that is the end of that as he pulls onto the infield. However, the fight for the lead now is between the 4 and the 17 cars that are sitting out there in P1 and P2. Down the back line they go. Kenny Gous with a white flag coming out has eventually got his nose ahead there of the 17 of Graham Parkins. So with a lap and a half left before the leader gets to the checkered flag, the number 4 will come home in P1. Kenny Gous wins it, 2nd across the line. Graham Parkins, and heading towards the line now, the number 16 of Dalian Gous in P3.
Well, definitely some form of problem there for Willie Zurich. You'll see not much bigger than physically than a Jesse Huggett as Willie gets out of the car. And while if there's any way of fixing that, believe you me, they'll have the bits and pieces and the knowledge to be able to get it back together again. Maybe just a power steering pump or something similar. Nothing to do with the motor itself. Let's hope that it all works out, that we can get to see Willie Zurich out for heat number 2. Well, folks, there you see that is the area where the Zurich pulled off just after the curbing, and you can see there's a dark line all the way down the front main and going to just about the entrance of the pit corner. So whatever fluid that was, let's hope it's not engine oil. Let's hope it's just power steering or something similar, and that's a subsidiary situation that they can sort out, that we can see Wild Willie back out for heat number 2. Well, folks, for those of you that might be running out of nibbly bits to nibble on while you enjoy the race, go and support them. What a pleasure. You can look after your hunger pains, and you can do something for a good cause for the local church community as well. Oh, while we've got a bit of quiet time, Mr. D.A. Henning. Mr. D.A. Henning, please come to the commentary box. Meneer D.A. Henning, kom maak asseblief 'n draai by die kommentators hokkie.
Right, we get ready with the heavy metal sponsored by Bass Racing and the Pertamina Fostron Westcape Motorspares Blackheath BMW of Ruan van der Walt. He's the man that will lead them around, representing the Cape Hall drivers and also from Cape Agulhas Raceway. The 22 is Emil Lange. The 7 is Mr. James King. The 66 is the chairman of the Viscous Oval in Saldanha, Jean Favey. And the 14 is from CHD, that's John O'Bright. As the flag goes down, And away they go as they race down into turn number 1. Out of turn 1 they come now. It's all about the West Cape Spares Blackheath car up there in P1. That's a Ruan van der Walt. Being chased down there by the King's Auto Panel Spray car in second position. James King behind him. It's Emil Lange, followed there by the double 6 of Jean Favre and John O'Bright in the 14. But that whole group of BMWs making their way out of turn 1 down the back main. Van der Walt in the West Cape Spares car races down into turn 2.
Well, I tell you what, it's going to be interesting stuff to see from here on out. Has he got enough to stay at the front of the pack? Ruan van der Walt with a beautiful looking West Cape Spares BMW, the E36 shape. He's got the pedal to the metal. He works his way up the back main. James King, the closest of the cars to him. I must say, Emil Lange in third position in the 22 is doing a pretty decent job as Favre runs himself wide, and the 14 car brings up a tail end of the field in the hands of Jean Favre.
Right down the back main, it's all about West Cape Spares and the King's Auto Panel Shop in a P1 and P2. West Cape Spares and Pertamina frost on. Then it's the King's Auto Body Shop car in second position of James King. He's the closest out there to race leader Ruan van der Walt. Down the back main they go. Third position on his own in the twilight zone. He's the 22 of Emil Lange in P3 from Viscus Oval Saldana. We have Jean Favre that understeers heavily in that corner, and the sister King's Auto Panel Shop car of James King turns himself around in the pit corner and loses it there, the number 14. The white flag comes out for the final lap.
White flag comes out, and in the last lap, as Frankie said, the West Cape Spares BMW of Ruan van der Walt on his way up the back main. The 7 car of James King, King's Auto, in there behind him. Nothing much between the two of them. They come around for the last time. Van der Walt will bring the Pertamina Fastron West Cape Spares home in first position. The King's Auto car of James King comes through in second position. Third place goes to the 22, no sponsors on that motor car. That's Emil Lange. Then it is the 66 of Jean Favre. And then having spun, coming off the back of the pack, but still coming through to finish, that is Jonathan Bright. That's one of the KPL drivers in the 14 car as they work their way back into the pit lane.
Right, here we go with the Tony's Motor Spares in Worcester sponsoring the 2.1 class, and there's one hot rod, namely Michael Rousseau, that will join the 2.1s. So the green flag is out. They'll warm up some of the tires as they work their way around. I'm trying to see if I do see that Lone Soul hot rod out there, the number 8 car. Well, one of the odds-on favourite will certainly be Stefan Marais, working his way out into pit corner now. Stefan Marais will be extremely quick out there in the 2.1s. The 4-0 is Archia de Toy. That's him coming towards us now. Then we've got Hani Hanekom, Stefan Marais, And in there as well will be one of the Martinengos. That should be Gareth. Yes, Gareth Martinengo. And that's Michael Rousseau. That's the hot rod that's making its way into turn number 1. So we've lost one of the cars. The 174 has pulled off onto the infield. Achie de Toy making his way around, just trying to get used to the new driver car combinations here at Cape Agulhas Raceway. If you were a betting man, you'll definitely go with Deer van Marais. He certainly would be the man to beat out there. Well, Deer van Marais will be pretty quick. And so will Hani Hanekom. Right, the Wamsa flag goes down and off we go. As they run down into turn number 1, they're side by side, and Deer van Marais the lead. Behind Marais, it's Mark Vantini.
by ons. En die Wedrenne gaan nog wit warm raak hier. So sit agteroor, gooi 'n doppie, braai 'n vleisie en kuier saam met ons daar in YouTube land. Vir julle wat by die huis is en diegene wat hier by die baan is, geniet die dag saam met ons. Weer is dit baie groot dank aan die borge van die Western Province Commentators Association, die manne wat veroorsaak dat ons op 'n daaglikse basis of op 'n naweeklikse basis saam met julle oral kan kuier by die verskillende bane. 'n Groot dankie aan West Cape Motor and Bakkie Spares en dan natuurlik ook Pertamina Fastron, die manne daarso wat van hulle kant af vir ons as commentators help om ons kostes te dek, om hier saam met julle te kuier en die aksie vir julle te bring. So groot dankie daar aan Roshan McCree sy span van West Cape Motor and Bakkie Spares en natuurlik ook die manne daar van Pertamina Fastron. Junior Development uit op die baan. Het is natuurlijk Anushka Marits in die nummer 65 golfie. En dan die 777 daar van Pieter Legrandsie. LG Towing Junior Development klas by Suidpunt Ovaalbaan van die Cape Gallas Raceway. Pieter Legrandsie in die 777 Mini. En dan die jong dametjie Anushka Marits wat haar debut maak hier vandag. Die Woomsa vlag wat val en is Legrandsie wat dadelijk van die lyn af daar sal vat. En Legrandsie sal wou gehad het dat sy sissie daar by hom is, maar Emma Legrandsie wat so 'n week terug 'n baie groot ongeluk gehad het daar op Woester. En daai Mini van haar letterlik op sy neus geplant het in die baan. En ongelukkig dan die rede hoekom Emma nie kan wees vandag nie. Maar dit is nou Pieter Legrandsie wat lei hier in die voorkant met die 777 LG Towing Mini. En agterom die 65 golfie daar van Anushka Marits wat deurkom. En daai golfie gaan binnekort ook sy pad deurmaak daar na my studios toe daar by Rage Productions. En ons gaan daai baadjie so 'n bietjie verder inkleer daar vir haar in daai nummer 65 golfie. Maar kom ons kyk wat gebeur hier so as die twee jong mense dit uitbeklei daarso met Legrandsie in die eerste plek en Marits in die tweede posisie. Die jong mannetjie daar in die voorkant Legrandsie wat hulle lei in die 777 is besig om verder en verder weg te trek. Hierdie mannetjie ry nou al 'n seisoen of 2 en hy weet wat om te doen daar so om die regte lyne te doen. Marits wat glad nie sleg doen daar in die tweede posisie nie. Dis haar heel eerste keer dat hy uit is op die baan en doen glad nie sleg vir haar heel eerste keer nie. Is baie konstante lyne wat sy ry en elke wedren wat sy gaan uitkom, gaan jy sien, daai golfie gaan net vinniger en vinniger raak hierso op Bredasdorp. Maar kom ons hou hulle dop hierso met Legrandsie in die eerste plek. As hulle in die hoofpyl vlak afkom in die fabrieksdraai in, Die jong mannetjie wat ook baie ver gekom het van waar hy begin het. En dan in die tweede posisie daar, die 65 golfie van Anushka Marits. Maar die geruite vlag wat gereed gemaak word hier vir die jong mannetjie as hulle deur die Kuiperdraai kom. Dis Pieter Legrandsie wat die geruite vlag kom vat daar in die eerste posisie. En in die tweede plek is dit Marits, Anushka Marits, wat hier verby gaan kom om daai tweede posisie te neem. Lekker wedren hier vir die jongspan met Pieter Legrandsie en Anushka Marits as hulle teruggaan daar in die Kuipe. LG Towing Junior Development, tweede heat, reeds gedoen.
All right, here we go with the midgets out on track, and it is in pole position, the number 11 of Valdutrita. He's the man that's in pole position with David Parkins on his outside. The second row is the 42 of Andre Litzer, and then you've got Elisma Geldenhuis, Lizzie, that sits there in the P4 on the second row of the grid. Right, midgets working their way out of the factory corner, heading down towards us. The flag goes down, and away we go with the midgets into turn number 1. A lovely start off the line there by the 71 of David Parkins. Parkins leads coming out of turn number 1. In second position we have the 42 there of Litzer. Litzer sitting out there in that second place. Third and fourth, well, they've got their own problems out there. That is Lizzie Geldenhuis in the 9, and the 11 out there of Valdutrita. So they are fighting out there for P3 and 4. Meantime, the leader, David Parkins, running down into turn number 1. Definitely the quicker of the 4 cars out here today is Parkins. But I must say, Litza in that second place is having a lovely race, as he's not too far off behind the 71. And if David Parkins gets it all wrong, well then Andre Litza in that 42 will be right there on his back bumper. However, the 2 cars coming out of turn number 2 now, the factory corner, they're fighting it out for 3 and 4. Lizzie Geldenhuis and Valdutrita in there as they get lapped there by race leader, by David Parkins. The white flag will come out now to start the final lap. Parkins working his way out of the factory corner to get the white flag. Here comes the 42 of Andre Litza crossing the line now to start his last lap. Meantime, there's a half a lap left for race leader David Parkins as he works his way out of the factory corner towards the checkered flag. Parkins comes home in P1. Second across the line will be the 42 of Andre Litza. Third and 1 lap down will be Elisma Geldenhuis, and fourth and 1 lap down the 11 of Valdo Trita. Right, that was the Thunder Racing Midgets that's working their way back to the pit area, and a lovely win there by the 71 of David Parkins. Right, next out will be the RDM Bedrijven stock rod class. Stock rods making their way off the line as we get going here. That is Mia Ellis that leads them in the 52 on the outside, the 11 of Jacques Besaidenout. Behind them the 26 of Roland Harmse. On his outside it is Mina Ellis with Liam Kruger, Charlene Anderson and Ronaldo Rousseau at the back end of the field. The Wimsar flag is up high and away they go. It is Ellis and Besaidenout that gets off the line quickly, but it is Ellis that's got that inside line into factory corner.
with Ellis leading them, and here comes Roland Harmse up on the inside to take that second position from Jacques Besaidnout. Then we've got Mina Ellis followed by Liam Kruger, followed there by Rousseau and Anderson. Out of pit corner they come now. It's the 52 of Ellis, followed by the 26 of Harmse in second position. Where they go, they're starting to pull away from the pack there, Frankie, as Besaidnout is starting to hold up the drivers behind him. Well, it's all about that dice up front there between Mia Ellis and Krappies Harmse. They are sitting first and second. Jock Besaidnout is in that third position, being chased down there by Mina Ellis, Liam Kruger, Ronaldo Rousseau and Charlene Anderson. That's the whole field coming out the factory corner down the back lane, but the dice is pretty much on here between the Tony's Golf of Mia Ellis and the Hans Bar Aircon Golf in second position of Roland Krappies Harmse. Ja, dat is maar dan voor de eerste deel bekijken, maar Liam Kruger is aan die beweeg die veld daar zo. Als hij amper opgeskuif het vierde toe, maar Mina Ellis van die positie teruggegryp het, maar terug aan die voorkant, Roland Harmse, wat een hard beklui daar zo, om die positie bij Mia Ellis te kry, amper voorbij gekomen daar, so maar Ellis wat toegemaakt het, as sy dinge baie moeilijk was voor, maar kyk daar Frankie, hy duik links, hy duik rechts, hy probeer enige kant voorbij kom, maar Mia Ellis, nee, hy rap sê te slim. Yeah, well I'll tell you what, she's got eyes all over it, she's watching the track ahead of her, and she's also keeping an eye on that black and reddish car right in there behind her, that Golf, the Hans Bar Aircon Golf of Roland Krappies Harmse. He's all over her back bumper as they go down the back lane. Now he moves slightly to her left. She's got the line covered as they head into pit corner. Jacques Besaidnout sits out there in that third place, and here comes the 79 of Liam Kruger. He's got his nose hit there of Mina Ellis. Ja, Liam Kruger in die 79 golfie, maar die kans gekry om daar voorbij te glip. Hy skuif op in die vierde positie in met Mina Ellis, Ronaldo Rousseau en Charlene Anderson daar achter hom. Maar aan die voorkant is het nog steeds een hewige tweestrijd tussen Ellis en Harmse. As Ellis daar baie wyd hierdie draai gaan en lyne verander daar so deur die fabrieksdraai. Daar is jy bietjie buiten die rails daar vir Ellis om lyne daar te verander. Well, I see the white flag is being ready. This is the final lap. Here the two leaders come towards us now. With one more lap around the island. Will it be Mia Ellis? Will it be Roland Krappies Harmse? Tony's versus Hans Bar Aircon. Down the back line they go. There's a half a lap left for the two of them into pit corner FC, but I think Mia has done more than enough. Ja, laaste kwart van die ronde oor hier, soos 'n grote vlag uitkom vir Mia Ellis in die eerste plek. Roland Harmse, wat dit kom in die tweede posisie, Jacques Besaidnout op sy eie daar. Hy kom van die derde plek uit met Liam Kruger in die vierde plek in die 79. Gevolg daar hier die 101 van Mina Ellis en dan is Charlene Anderson in die 78, wat dan in die laaste posisie klaarmaak daar. Opwindende wedren geweest daar vir die ADM bedrywe stakkerklas, Ronaldo Rousseau, wat dan ook hier oor die wenstreep kom en sy wedren klaarmaak net betyds voor hulle die vlag weggesit het. So dit tel daarom as ek klaarmaak daar vir hom en 'n punte dan in die sakkie vir hom as hy probleme opgetel het hier na die einde toe.
Ronaldo Rousseau also sporting the West Cape Spares Blackie sponsorship on the back end of that 119 VW Polo. Right, to all the people at home, we've got a little bit of a medical situation in the pit area, and the ambulance has to go and sort that out. So just please be patient with us at home. We're going to go off air, and we'll be back with you people on the live stream as soon as possible. Thank you.
Well, folks, just another reminder why we are quiet and off air at the moment. There is a bit of a medical emergency in the pit area that the ambulance has just quickly had to go sort out. As soon as we have more information and as soon as that situation is cleared up, we will continue with today's racing as soon as the ambulances are back on track. Reg, dames en here, die almal is weer terug op hulle poste. Die nodige mense het omgesien daarso na die situasie in die Kuiper area en die ambulans, een van die noodvoertuie is terug op die baan, terwyl die ander enetjie die nodige dingetjies doen daarso. Maar die Super Saloons nou uit op die baan vir hulle tweede uitding en ons gaan nou weer aan die gang kom hierso met Jasper Teer wat sit daar in sy BMW, dis natuurlik die nummer 46, hy sit daar aan die agterkant van die veld daar voor die nummer 11 Opel Astra, of Chevy Astra sal ons sê van Derek Taljaard. Aan die voorkant van die veld is Jacobus Teer aan die 45, aan sy buitekant die 777 Flexie daar van Pieter Legrandsie, agter hulle die 777 BMW van Jesse Huggett, en aan sy buitekant het ons daar so die Monster Peugeot van Jandrey van Staden, al die pad van de Rock Raceway af, en dan soos ons reeds gesê het, daar aan die achterkant Derek Taljaard die nummer 11 en die 46 daar van Jasper Teer. Hierdie mense kry eens 'n paar rondes om op te warm, want hulle ry op die slikbande, en die slikbande moet eers 'n bietjie hitte inkry, voordat hulle enigstens van hulp gaan wees hierso, om al die perdekrag neer te sit hier op die kalkbaan van Cape Gallas Raceway.
Yeah, so we are back up and racing again with the heavy metals. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them out on track, and we do apologize people for the silence in between the races. It's just that the gaps are so big in between the races, so we are just going to try and get things hurried up a bit more. However, the medical situation that we had in the pit area has been sorted out, and we are back up and racing once again. So the guys just doing a few warm-up laps to get heat in those slick tires, those that do run with slick tires. Remember that Pieter Legrandsie will probably not be out there on slick tires in that LG Tobin 777 V8 Flexi of his. The rest will be, I can almost guarantee you that Jandrey van Staden will be out there on the slick tires. Yeah, clearly you can see the 777 does not have the slick tires. So everybody else just slowing right down now, a whole lot of them slowing right down, and we're going to be up running very soon. So Jacobus Teer, the 45, he'll be at the sharp end of the field with Pieter Legrandsie Senior as they work their way out the factory corner. Jesse Huggett is in that third position on the second row of the grid as the rest of the field come to Derek Taljaard making his way through. There's Jandrey van Staden, looks like he will be on the second row. Yes, he will be, P4 on the outside of Huggett, then Jasper Teer, and on his outside Derek Taljaard.
Woensdagvlag wat gereed staan hier vir die 6 Super Saloons uit op die baan met Teert en Legrandsie. Die vlag wat val en weg is hulle heen. Legrandsie wat dadelijk buiten op en die deur waarbuit oplos vir hy nummer 35 van Staden. As hy deurglip daar en opskuif van die derde posisie toe achter Jesse Huggett in. Derek Taljaard wat ook al sy pad gaan opkloof deur die veld daar so, maar het is van Staden wat dadelijk die kracht neersit in die krachtige Peugeot van hom. Hy dadelijk in die eerste posisie en voor die einde van die eerste ronde kom hulle voorbij. Dit is van Staden, van Teert, van Huggett, Taljaard, Teert en Legrandsie.
Right, van Staden working his way out of turn number 1 with Jacobus Teer in second place as Jasper Teer loses the tail end of that dolphin shaped BMW coming out of turn number 1. However, it's all about Jandrey van Staden sitting out there in P1 with this lovely fight going on here in that pit corner for second position between the Tony's Astra V8 Flexi of Derek Taljaard, Jacobus Teer behind him in the boxy BMW, and the other boxy BM right behind him there, Jesse Huggett.
Ja, Jesse Huggett wat druk begin toepas daar op Jacobus Teer, as hulle in die kuipedraai ingaan, maar hy sit te wacht daar vir 'n fout, as die man daar voor hulle, in die nummer 11 Chevy Astra, alles gaan doen daar om die voorste man, Jandrey van Staden in te haal, as van Staden 'n lekker groot voorsprong gekry daar in die begin van hierdie wedren, in die nummer 35, met de Taljaard in die nummer 11 daar in die tweede positie, gevolgd door die boxy BM van Jacobus Teer, Jesse Huggett, dan Jasper Teer en Pieter Legrandsie in die 777 Flexi aan die achterkant.
Well, it's all about that man in P1. That car is lightning quick, that Peugeot Flexi of Jandrey van Staden working out a pit corner down onto the back lane. Second position is the number 11 Tony's Opel Astra with that V8 motor in of Derek Talia. Third and fourth. Well, there's a lovely dice between those two boxy BMWs of Jacobus Tiat, and right behind him Jesse Huggett as they head into turn number 1. The leader making his way into the factory corner, turn 2.
Ja, Jan van Staden wat aan die voorkant is daar aan die nummer 35, 3 fabrieksdraai kom hy nou. Hy het genoeg gedoen in die beginstadium van hierdie wedren om seker te maak dat hy ver genoeg voor is voor die nummer 11 daar van Derek Talia. En dan die twee boxy BM's in die derde en vierde posisie daar van Jacobus Tiat en Jesse Huggett wat sit daar in die vierde posisie. En die laaste ronde wat nou oor was daarso is Jan van Staden wat die geruite vlag kom haal hier aan die einde van die wedren met Derek Talia in die tweede plek. En die derde plek as Pieter Legrandsie vir Jesse Huggett uithaal daar. Dit is Jacobus Tiat wat in die derde plek klaarmaak. En Jasper Tiat wat daar voor hom klaarmaak dan met Jesse Huggett wat verloor dan. Ek het so 'n idee dat die klerk van die baan gaan daai posisie teruggee want dit was 'n backmarker wat hom uitgehaal het.
Yeah, well, definitely that was a backmarker. That was Pieter Legrand. He picked up the back end of the Jesse Huggett boxy BMW 777 on the side of that car, but he entered on his own number A58. So we'll have to look see what decision gets made, because it clearly was a backmarker that took out Jesse Huggett that was on the lead lap.
Right, here we go, and it's going to be Jason Madeira on the front row of the grid. In there behind that is Andre de Toy, and then we have the Beetle in there behind that. I think that's the number 4. 4 is the Tigra. All right, there we go. It's the Tigra that's on the outside line. He'll probably get the whole shot. Della Ray did a brilliant run in heat number 1. In fact, Della Ray picked up a second position overall. He's got Andre de Toy right in there behind him. Kayla Jones in there behind that. Down the back main they go.
Ja, aan die agterste pijlvlak af is het die 1660 groep daarvan. Is Pieter van Staden wat lei daar aan die nummer 4. Kort op sy hakke is dit die 100 van Jaco de la Rey, gevolgd door Andre de Toy, Kayla Jones, Jason Madeira en dan die Beetle van Theo Brits wat sit daar in die laaste posisie.
Well, Theo Brits just working his way slowly around the circuit, getting the nuances of that car all under control. What a lovely drive by Pieter van Staden. Pieter van Staden from Della Rey. Tell you what, Della Rey did very, very well in heat number 1. As Della Rey Jr. is here at the track. Senior is the one that's out on circuit. Zane Della Rey is his son. He's the pitback today. And Jaco Della Rey leading out pretty nicely there from the ex-KPL driver, 1660 champion. That is Andre de Toy. They work their way down the back man, coming up towards the back marker.
Ja, en Theo Brits is die man wat daar in hulle pad gaan wees met die Beetle, maar het is Pieter van Staden met hulle lei. En dit bring vir Jaco de la Rey tot daar reg teer aan hom, as hy amper kontak maak daar so om die Beetle daar te mis. Maar het is Van Staden met hulle lei en Gary kom amper verstout om te sê, daai kar van Staden is moontlik die ex-Donovan Jarman Tigra wat daar in die eerste posisie sit.
Well, if that is, that explains why that car driver combination is super duper quick. If it's got that fancy dash in it, yep, then it probably is the Donovan Jarman car. Nice to see that it's coming down to this side of the world to be raced. But look at Della Rey in that second position. Quick enough to hold onto the 4 of Pieter van Staden and quick enough to stay ahead of the very quick Andre de Toy.
Ja, Andre de Toy wat sit daar in die derde posisie. Hy het 'n lekker wedren in die eerste eiden gehad en daai ene gewen. En nou sit hy daar in die derde posisie. Kayla Jones wat met haar stokkrot hier onder die 1660s vandag ry en wat glad nie sleg doen nie as jy vergelyk hoe die pas van 'n stokkrot veronderstel is om te wees saam met die 1660s, doen sy glad nie sleg in daai nommer 86 golfie nie.
Oh, back to the front runners, and that's where our camera shot is. Look at that. Delaray closes up on Peter van Staden. Down the back main they go. The white flag has been held up. The checkered flag has been ready. Last gasp chance now for Delaray. But it's going to be van Staden that closes the line off as they come up towards the line. Delaray in second, and then Andre coming through. Andre de Toy coming through in third position, just ahead of Kayla Jones.
Ja, Kayla Jones wat klaar maak daar in die vierde posisie met die geruite vlag wat dan uitkom hier vir Jason Madeira in die 555 en Theo Brits kort op sy hakke daar met die Beetle as hulle dan ook hulle wedren kom klaar maak hier in die tweede eiden van die 1660s en die manne wat baie mooi gery daar so Pieter van Staden, lekker wen daar in die sakkie vorm in die nommer 4 met Jaco Delaray, uitstekende tweede posisie gewees daar voor Andre de Toy en Kayla Jones. SPME Industries V8 sprint cars, and unfortunately only 2 left of them out there. We saw what happened to the likes there of Willie Zurich in heat number 1. He was leading the race, and Conrad decided it no longer wants to be confined within that block, and it left in spectacular fashion down the back straight, and that means he's out for the rest of the day. But I'm not sure why Graham Parkins isn't out. The number 17 still standing there in the pit area, and that leaves us with 2 cars out there. The Tony's Motor Spares number 4 car of Kenny Gous and the number 16 of Darlene Gous out there. So only 2 of them, they're going to have a couple of laps to warm up those big fat slick tires on those big cars, and then we'll get this race underway. Right, so Darlene Gous will be the one standing on pole position there in the number 16, the lady racer, and on her outside. The number 4 of Kenny Gous will be there on her outside in that second position. Only 2 of them out there, no Graham Parkins, no Wild Willie Zurich, and we'll have to see what the 2 of them can do out there. as the Wimsar flag is up high. Guys, Gaza, take him off the line.
Right, here we go. Ahead of the 4, so what can I say? It's just 2 of them out there, but it's rolling thunder. Amazing looking, amazing sounding vehicles. Lots and lots of power. Somewhat heavier than the normal standard style Midget, which would come in at around about 700 kilos. But the power to weight ratio is still utterly awesome on these vehicles. And something that you've got to know what you're doing when you go out there. Slightly longer acceleration areas, slightly longer brake, notably longer braking areas to bring these heavier cars to get them all slowed down. The faster you go, the more downforce. The slower you go, the downforce just goes away from you, and so does the traction get less and less as well.
Yeah, but it is Kenny Goos that dives up on the inside there of Darlene, and he takes that first position in the Tony's Motorspares number 4 car, as he's now leading this race ahead there of his wife Darlene Goos. She sits there in second position, but it's as Gary says, it's the aerodynamics on these cars work exceptionally well, and even though you've got so much more power, you've got all these aerodynamic bits on those cars that assist them either with accelerating or even braking into the corner. That big aerofoil pushing the back end of the car into the circuit and helping them to put the power down and even slightly help them stop going into the corner. But it is Kenny that leads them out there with the white flag that's out. This is the last lap for Kenny Goos in the number 4 Tony's Motorspares car going down the back straight. That is the car you see on your camera view. Through the factory corner they come now. The checkered flag is up high for the number 4 for Kenny Goos in first position, and then the number 16 there of Darlene Goos coming home in second position. Well, that was the PME Industries V8 Sprint car class, or the Cape Thunder Sprints as we call them down here. And unfortunately only 2 of them left out there after heat number 1. We saw Willie Zurich pick up some problems, and I'm not too sure what happened there to Graham Parkins. We'll try to get that info for you throughout the course of the day, why the number 17 of Graham didn't make it out there. But yeah, Kenny Goos coming home in P1, followed by Darlene Goos in P2.
Right, here we go with heat number 2 of the heavy metal class. Purvey, the first one that comes out. See the 2 Kings Auto Works vehicles, one behind the other. They come out onto the circuit. Emil Lange got rid of the misfire on that motor car. It's going pretty well. The Westcape Spares entry coming out as well. Must say, a beautiful looking sticker work and spray job on this car of Van der Walt. Run in the 42 car, Potamina Fastron Synthetic Oils, King's Bodyworks and Westcape Spares. King's Auto Body also on 2 of the other cars out there. So wow, what can I say? King's coming to the fore, supporting cars in this class, and the owner out there racing as well.
Well, it's all about John Favey. He's the man that's in a pole position, the chairman of the Vescus Oval in Saldanha. And John O'Bright that sits there on his outside. James King and Emil Lange on the second row. And the third row, Westcape Spares and Pertamina Fastron, Ruan van der Walt. The white flag is out. No, they've been given the unsportsmanlike conduct flag with the white flag, so these drivers are going to have to behave themselves. Clerk of the course says she'll have no issues in disqualifying anybody that does not behave themselves in this one. So we've got the drivers from Cape drivers in there, and of course from Vescus Oval in Saldanha. The chairman of Vescus Oval, Jean Favey, he is the man that will set the pace out of the factory corner.
Keeps it nice and smooth this time around. Knows he's already had the warning flag. Van der Krichler, our flag man for the day, drops the flag, and down into turn number 1 they go. 14 car goes right towards the outside, loses out big time as everybody else piles through on the inside. Favey leads them up the back main.
Right, it's John Favey that leads him into the factory corner. James King sits in second, Ruan van der Walt in third, followed there by Emil Lange and John O'Bright as they head back into turn number 1. It's all about that man from Viscous Oval out there in P1 at this point in time, getting used to that left-hand drive. BMW is Jean Favre. Look at Ruan van der Walt. He wants to have a look around the outside there of the 7 of James King as they head back into turn number 1. They've been chased down hard there by the 22 in P4 of Emil Lange.
Well, Jean Favre is not the quickest out there, but he's holding them all together. Can this be a maiden victory? Car driver combination. Jean Favre, the head honcho of the Viscous Oval Circuit, started on pole position, still leading them out as they work their way down the back main. I do believe if Ruan van der Walt makes a move around the other side, around the outside with a Westcape Space car, it would probably make it stick. Look at that, the 7 up on the inside, and I think he's going to make that stick. James King with the King's Auto on the side of that motor car. Very handsome move that up on the inside. He brings with him Ruan van der Walt in the Fastron car.
Well, it's a lovely dice going on there for first, second and third between those 4 down the back main. King's Auto Body Shop versus Westcape Spares and Pertamina Fastron. That is King versus Van der Walt versus Verwey and Lange. As the 4 of them run it back into turn number 1. Not too far behind them is the other King's Auto Body Shop BMW of John O'Bright. But it's all about those 4 cars going down the back main into turn 2 factory corner.
Well, can Van der Walt now make a plan with the 7 car up front? James King's doing a very, very good job. I do believe Ruan van der Walt is probably, with a Westcape car, the quickest of the cars out there. But he's got 1 more straight and 1 more corner. I think that James King has done enough. He's on the line. He's there where he needs to be. He feeds the power and James King comes through. King's Body Works wins out that one from Ruan van der Walt. In there behind that was Jean Favre. Emil Lange in close attendance, not been able to put pressure on, but right in there with them where it really counted. So I must say Emil Lange, Frankie, coming on very well with that motor car since he's got rid of the misfire.
Well, doing pretty well, finishing that one in that 4th position just behind Jean Favre and ahead of the 14 of John O'Bright. But well done there, James King, King's Auto Body Shop versus the Westcape Spares and Pertamina Fastron BMW of Ruan van der Walt.
Well, this is going to be pretty interesting stuff. The Tony's Worcester 2.1 modified saloon cars. It's Mark Montini that's out there. It's Stefan Marais. It's Hani Hanekom. Looks like we've got the 174 car out there again. He didn't make it out. Well, he made it out for heat number 1, but didn't manage to actually compete in that race as such. So looks like Eddie Liber's got that car sorted out. Back out on circuit. Let's hope that it all goes well for him, that he can pick up a serious amount of points and get himself back into the game. This heat number 2 for the 2.1 modified saloons. Okay, the toy is going to be out there as well. Mark Fontini in the 41 car. Oh, the 174 still got that heavy misfire. You can hear it as he came past us. I don't know if he's going to keep on with that one. Stefan Marais, Hani Hanekom and Mark Fontini probably going to be the quickest out there. Remember the Ipan Mix car of Martinengo's there as well. That's Gareth Martinengo. That's senior, junior, Anton Martinengo. He's not out there today. Mark Fontini and Hani Hanekom probably going to do battle from the Cape Town driver's side against the likes of Stefan Marais.
Yeah, for those of you at home wondering why these cars are getting a couple of warm-up laps, 2.1 modifieds race on semi-slicks, and those tyres also need to give it a bit of heat in them, and that is why the 2.1s get a couple of laps just to put some heat in those tyres to make them work properly. and get everything ready for the start of the race. On pole position at this stage, it seems like it is the hashtag 41 of Dier van Marais. On his outside, the A41 there of Mark Fontini. Behind him, the 70 Fiesta of Hani Hanekom. On his outside, the 174 there of Eddie Lubber. Then we've got the number 40 Ford Fiesta of Archie de Toy. And then Gareth Martinengo in the 112, and the number 8 Hot Rod there of Michael Rousseau. That is the whole group of them out there. Let's see what happens when the 2.1 modifieds and Hot Rods get underway.
It's going to be a big one-on-one as they go down towards the start. Oh, look at that, they're rubbing one another. Fontini was slightly ahead there of Dier van Marais as they came across the line. But Dier van Marais wanted to hold him wide. He wanted to make sure that he stayed as tight as possible, knowing that Hani Hanekom's there in that third position as well. So Hani Hanekom holding nicely on that third line, comes right out towards the outside of the circuit, turns it in nice and tightly, but it's Battle Royal up front. It's Dier van Marais that runs wide, and up on the inside goes Fontini, but Fontini's not deep enough, and Marais still guys king up front.
Ja, Dier van Marais wat die voortou neem daar so, as ons 'n probleem met die kameras, maar lyk my sal weer uitgesorteer met Dier van Marais wat daar voor Fontini sit met Hani Hanekom in die derde posisie, gevolg deur Archie de Toy, Michael Rousseau, Gareth Martinengo, Eddie Lubber. Dis die hele span van hulle daar uit op die baan, maar as 'n groot geveg aan die voorkant tussen Marais en Fontini as hulle in die hoofpaalvlak aankom, af in die fabrieksdraai in met Dier van Marais wat net 'n kort koppie voor Mark Fontini is.
Yeah, I tell you what, nothing much between them. Down in third position as Hani Hanekom in the Goodwood used body and spray Fiesta. He's there and thereabouts, but just not being able to hold on to the pace of the front two. And let's be honest, those front two on this surface, two very good car driver combinations. At SA level, you would expect the two of them to be at the front as well.
Ja, nee, definitief natuurlijk. Dier van Marais wat sit daar in die nummer 41. Dit is sy ou kar daai met die tweede 41 kar daar. Dit is die nuwe kar wat hulle nou inbring het en vir Mark Fontini in het om daar te werk aan die setup. As Michael Rousseau die nummer 8 besig is om rond te sit daar op die nummer 40 van Archie de Toy. En Gareth Martinengo wat glad nie in 'n gesonde kar sit daar so nie. Maar op die daarom in die eerste plek is dit die 41 van Dier van Marais met Mark Fontini in die tweede plek en derde plek wat gaan aan Hani Hanekom.
Well, I tell you what, it's action right around the circuit, and even our camera has broken off the stand and trying to pick up as best we can on a handheld camera. So just bear with us for this one, folks. The camera stand giving way, and Chris now on a handheld to get the best possible result that he can. The white flag and the blue flag are just about ready to come out. The blue flag comes out, the white flag comes out for Dier van Marais. Mark Fontini not being able to run the pace with Dier van Marais as he goes down the back straight for the last time.
Ja, aan die agterste pylvlak gaan hulle in vir die laaste keer hierdie kuipe draai. Is dit Dier van Marais wat aan die buitekant gaan sit daar van Archie de Toy, maar die geruite vlag wat wag hier vir hom in die eerste plek. Dier van Marais wat klaar maak daar voor Mark Fontini in die tweede posisie. Derde plek wat gaan aan nummer 70 daar van Hani Hanekom. En dan in die vierde posisie sal dit wees Archie de Toy in die nummer 40, gevolg deur die nummer 8 daar van Michael Rousseau, Gareth Martinengo en Eddie Lubber. Daai agterste twee karre wat klaar maak daarso met so 'n bietjie growwe engines daarso. Maar ons vra verskoning daarso vir die kamera beeld in hierdie enetjie, die camera stand wat 'n bietjie probleem opgetel het daarso, maar die man wat daar dadelik ingespring het, Chris van Vieren, en het uitgesorteer het daar vir ons as die 2.1's daarna in die teruggaan in die Kuipe area aan. En natuurlik die klas geborg deur Tony's Motorspace in Woester.
Right, we're back to the three Ninja Midgets. Dear van Murray, Dear van Murray, Dear van Rauch, EJ Rauch, and Franco Trita. Would love to have had little Marius Smith out. He did pretty well last weekend at Mega Oval in Worcester. So the green flag goes down, the Wamsa flag, and we're underway with this one as these youngsters make their way into turn number one. And I tell you what, these guys are pretty quick out there. It's little EJ Rauch that's got the lead in the Ninja Midgets with Franco Trita in second position. Dear van Rauch in the 34 sits out there in that third place as EJ heads down into turn number one. Franco Trita will be saying to himself, what the heck am I supposed to do to catch that number 2-0 in front of me? Not much you can do at this point in time. From where we standing, they get pretty small down the Cape Agulhas Raceway's back straight. Out of turn 2, the factory corner. Listen to this young man. Turn up your TV sets at home. He does not lift off in any of the corners. Neither does Franco Trita, the 69 in second position. Down the back main, they work their way uphill towards the factory corner. EJ Rauch will level it out on the apex of that corner, then race that number 2-0 Ninja Midget as fast as he can down the home straight as the white flag comes out for the final lap into turn 1 pit corner. The 69 sits there in that second position, but it's a distant second position for 69 Franco Trita. There's less than a half a lap to go now for race leader, the number 2-0 of EJ Rauch, heading towards the checkered flag. Rauch brings it home in P1, second across the line, the 69 of Franco Trita, and with now just under a half a lap to go towards the checkered flag, it'll be the 34 Ninja Midget in third position of Dear van Rauch. Well, that's lovely to have you wherever you are in South Africa, or wherever you find yourself joining us on this live stream from Bredasdorp, from Cape Agulhas Raceway, the opening race of this club since we went into lockdown. I think the end of January was the last time, last year was the last time that we had a race here. It was the Andre Germeshuis Memorial Race event. And then after that, because of the COVID-19 situation, there's been no motorsport allowed here in this area. And good, on this Easter weekend, the local powers that be, the municipality and all that is involved, has said, Cape Agulhas Raceway, Mr. Steve Becker, you have got the permission to be able to do this race event. And we want to say a big thanks to everybody here at Cape Agulhas Raceway. Big thanks to the municipality and the powers that be here for giving us the opportunity to go motor racing once again here at the Cape Agulhas Raceway and the Suidpunt Oval.
Well, folks, as soon as we get some follow-up information on Steve Becker, we will bring that through to you. He did suffer some chest pains, and for safety reasons he has been taken to hospital and the necessary checks and balances being done. So yeah, the stress of putting this all together, just a little bit too much eventually on Uncle Stevie, one of the most popular motorsport men in the Western Cape area. A big thanks to him and everybody else that pulled together to make today possible. And our thoughts and prayers go out to to Steve Becker and the rest of the family that all is well. And as soon as we get confirmation that all's good, we will put that through to you as well. So Frankie, just 2 cars out there in the junior development class. Well, 3 that's made it out now. Looks like Jessica has probably climbed into Michelle's car. Let's just see, is it Jessica or Michelle in there?
No, that's Jessica with the red and white grey suit. So she is in Michelle Brunt's car. So she has come out. She missed the first 2 heats, but she is out here now with the 3rd heat. Pieter Lagranci in the LG Towing Mini. Then the number 65 of Anushka Maritz, a new driver car combination. That is a lovely, lovely spray job on that 65 car. And then the 15, the Michelle Brunt car, now been driven in this class by Jessica Ackerman. And also proud to have the Westcape Motor Spare sticker on that car. We've got to say big thanks to Rasha McCreed. There are lots and lots of racing cars that he helps throughout the entire Western Cape area. So the flag goes down, this one's underway, and little Pieter Lagranci Jr. says, man, I'm not going to hang around and wait for these two golfs. The flag has gone down, I'm getting the hammer down and I'm out of here. He has got the LG Towing sponsorship on the side of that motor car. That's also the class sponsor. Pieter Lagranci heading into turn 1. Second is a 65 Golf of Anushka Maritz, and in third place the 15 Golf of Jessica Ackerman.
Well, to me that's the first time that Jessica's ever been out on track, and looking quite fine for first time out. Hanging onto that steering wheel, you can see white knuckles through those black gloves, and she holds on, big eyes as she works her way up the straight. But that is the adrenaline rush of your first race ever in front of people that are actually watching a race, that being televised as well. So lovely to see a new personality out there on circuit in the likes of Jessica Ackerman.
Well, if anybody's got the experience out here amongst the three of them, it's certainly that young man in that blue LG Towing Golf, number 777, Pieter Lagranci Jr. Heading down the back straight. He's going to see that 15 Golf of Jessica Ackerman shortly as he works his way out of the pit gate. This class sponsored by LG Towing, as Pieter Lagranci, with one more lap to go, works his way into turn 1.
I hope I saw incorrectly, but I thought I saw a little puff of smoke coming out of the right-hand back corner of the Jessica Ackerman bonnet as she braked and went into the corner. As the white flag comes out, and well, next time the Lagranci comes around, it's going to be for the checkered flag. Lagranci comes through and takes the checkered flag. Nope, hopefully it was just a reflection from the window. All looks to be good. So down the back main for the last time, and coming through to take second place.
Right, yes, Anushka Maritz bringing the 65 Golf home in P2, and finishing, to my knowledge, the very first race ever in the 15 Golf, the Westcape Spares Golf, in third position, Jessica Ackerman.
Well, Frank, you were talking about Westcape Spares. This what comes to mind, the people that I can think of that he helps. I know that James King is one of the people that's involved with. I know that Michelle Brunt is involved with. Obviously Gavin Fleming as well. Ruan van der Walt that we saw out here earlier on. And well, I think there's a couple more that I can't even remember off the top of my head. If you can think of a couple, there are
Yeah,
so
I
many.
actually do have on my phone a photo as well. John Blau from Mega Oval in Worcester. Ruan van der Walt was mentioned. Noeg Wanza there from Worcester. Henk Hansen from Worcester. Gavin Fleming from Worcester. Grant McLean from Cape Al Drivers. Valhalla Meyer from Worcester / Weskus Oval. Michelle Brunt, James King, and Marco Rousseau. Not Marco Rousseau, Marco Geruke. That's just some of the people that Westcape Motor Spares, Rasha McCreed in Blackheath, just some of the car driver combinations that they look after, including the Western Cape Motorsport commentators of Gary Efsier and myself.
And then I can also think of Jan Kugelenberg that got a whole new front end for
Yes,
his car.
yes, indeed.
Versace, Elna Versace.
Enna,
They've got,
yes, Enna Versace, yeah.
They've got a whole body from them as well. So yeah, that's not where the list ends, that's where the list starts. So
there are
support
many,
those that support us in motorsport.
there are many people that have got some form of help from Westcape Motor and Bucky Spares in Cape Town, Blackheath. A big thanks to Rasha McCreed and the entire team, and I know that Rosh and them are watching this production at home.
No, they don't miss a single production. That's also people that support all the live streams as well. So double header from these guys. A big thanks to them. Well, it's sticks and wings out there again. Time to see how we go with this one. It's Graham Parkins. It's Litsa that's out there as well. Eventually just 4 of them making it out on circuit. Abigail Parkins and Henny Pretorius were written in but didn't end up here on the day. JJ Whitehorn was written in. Unfortunately, Whitehorn not been able to make it out here today either. This Gelnace was in the 9. The 10 was Zim and Valdo Tuta in the 11. Unfortunately, they only got 2 of the 3 cars out on circuit. Here's the 9 coming towards us now. That's Lizzie. They had a bit of a misfire earlier on, but going quite fine now by the looks of it. And then the Zim Geldenhuis car not out on circuit. It's the 11. It's Valdo Trita. So Zim brings 3 cars here. The one that doesn't go is his one. Always works like that. So the white flag is being held out. Litsa on the inside line. On the outside of that, David Parkins. Pretty sure that David will blast around the outside into turn number 1. Although Litsa's no slouch out there either, with a Frank Drucker sponsored Midget on pole position.
Right, the Wamsa flag is up. We're about to go racing as the flag goes down. And away they go down into turn number 1. It's going to be about David and David Parkins and Andre Litsa. Up the back man they go. Parkins in P1. Litsa sits out there in that second position. And that's what it's going to be all about these 2 cars coming down towards us now. Heading into turn number 1. David Parkins in P1. Andre Litsa in second. And there's a lovely little dice here between Lizzie and Valdo Trita for that 3rd place. They're side by side out of turn number 1. But it's all about Parkins in P1 and Litsa in that 2nd position.
Well, as we said, Parkins will probably blow around the outside into turn number 1 and pick up the whole shot. Litsa doing a pretty decent job in that 2nd position. He seems to like the nuances of this circuit. Looks pretty comfortable, looks very smooth out there. Got some nice rubber on that motor car, but the 2 lead cars will be seeing the white flag next time they come around, which means that probably at least Parkins is going to pick up the 2 back markers before the end of the race.
Right, the white flag is out for David Parkins and for Andre Litsa. They're both on their final lap. They'll put a lap there on Lizzie and on Valdo Trita. That's sitting 3 and 4 out of the factory corner for the final time. The number 71 race winner David Parkins brings it home in 1st place. 2nd across the line will be Litsa, and then behind Litsa, Lizzie Geldenhuis and Valdo Trita rounding off P3 and 4.
ADM bedrywe Stockrods uit op die baan. Mia Ellis nie Tony's Hydraulics en Pneumatics Worcester Golfie. Aan die buitekant die nummer 11 wit en blauw Golfie daar van Jackie Besuidenhout. Dan het is daar op die derde posisie sal het heel moontlik niemand wees nie. Roland Harmse, wat dan sit daar in nummer 26 met Charlene Anderson in die nummer 78. Mina Ellis daar agter haar. 79 daar is Liam Kruger en in die agterkant van die veld die nummer 15 daar van Michelle Brandt.
Well, watch out for that number 15 at the back there, Michelle Brunt. She's a committee member of Cape Isle Drivers as well, and this is not a slow lady at all. She can pedal around any racetrack as the Wamsa flag goes down, and we're underway. It's Mina Ellis and Jock Besuidenhout and Roland Harmse. That's in that first, second and third positions down the back man. Charlene Anderson has got Liam Kruger sitting there on the outside. Then the two ladies at the back, Michelle Brunt and Mina Ellis, as the opening lap is in the bag. The first three are flying, but the big battle is behind those guys for fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh. It's now Liam Kruger that sits there in fourth position, followed by Michelle Brandt, then Mina Ellis, and then Charlene Anderson. But now it is Roland Harmse in the number 26. He's trying to go around the outside of the number 11 of Jackie Besuidenhout. We know Besuidenhout is quick, but this side is a fact. Roland Harmse thinks he's quicker. Watch out there for that 15, Michelle Brandt. She'll have a go on the 79 of Liam Kruger. She's well on the outside. Kruger's got that line for turn 2. But keep an eye there on that 15 Golf of Brandt. She tucks in there behind the 79 of Liam Kruger. She's got that outside line. The car seems to be slowing down. I don't know if it's just my imagination, FC, but it didn't sound too healthy. It seems to be okay now. It doesn't seem too good. Or otherwise she's just braking very early, but something doesn't sound right neither.
Yeah, no, definitely something not right there for Michelle Brandt. She's slowing down into the corner very, very early. The car's starting to sound very, very rough.
Breaking down, yes.
Yeah, that's definitely going on her there in that fifth position with Liam Kruger ahead of there. At this stage of the fight, the race is being led by Lady Racer. It is Mia Ellis, and Harmse goes bang into the wall. Something horribly's gone wrong there for Harmse. His wheel.
The wheel came off the car as he went into the corner with no wheel there. He buried the 26 car in the wall. Red flag, race has been stopped. Well, when he came through the corner, the wheel had already come off. I just saw the wheel come off the car, and then the car veered off to the left afterwards. And that's the reason why he finds himself in the wall due to wheel failure.
This is probably one of the saddest stories out there. Roland Harmse is one of the fastest guys here locally. He is from Gansbaai, and he's just, every time they just sort that car out, it just seems to go all wrong for him. All of a sudden, they put in all the time and effort, get the car going again, and then something happens and he ends up in the wall, or the car falls off the trailer on the way back home. And yeah, unfortunately now this time around, got it sorted out again. The car's lightning quick, comes out pit corner, the wheel decides to go on a bit of an Easter holiday, and that leaves Harmse right up against the wall. Replay on your screen now for those of you at home. They're going to come through go down the back straight now. That is Harmse in the black and orange car in the second position there behind Ellis. And right about there, the wheel decides to let go. And oh yeah, there he goes, bang into the wall. And that puts an end to Roland Harmse's race weekend.
Yeah, well, you had to say Easter weekend, didn't you? So we'll decide, I'm not going to race this weekend. I want to go and have a break somewhere. Well, not what Roland Krappies Harmse wanted. The medical crew are there. I think Krappies should be okay. Yes, the driver is out the car. The driver is fine. I can definitely relay that to you, that Roland Harmse is okay. He's out the car, he's walking, and the driver is all right. Right, while we're having a bit of a break, we want to say a big thanks to all the cameramen out here, especially FC Nivot of Rage Productions and Rage Racing, and Mr. Colin Brown. That you'll find Colin everywhere. And then as well a big thanks to Chris van Vuren and to Gerda. They are the production team bringing you the live streaming. So a big thanks to all of those people to make it possible for you people to see it at home and to pick up the photos on Facebook.
Frankie referring to Colin Mr. Legs Brown, the gentleman in the shorts.
Sorry, and also Aubrey De Bruin of Cloud number 9 Photography. He's also taking photos out here.
Jamco Services Super Saloons uit vir hulle derde einde van die dag. En Pieter Legrandsie wat hier reg aan die einde van die opwarmingsrond is, besluit het om hy 777 LG Towing kar van hom 'n bietjie in die verkeerde kant toe te laat kyk. Maar hy het hom nou weer in die regte rigting. En die manne wat nou gaan hulle posisies inneem vir die wegspring daarso. Jasper Teert in die 46 CK Auto Space BMW, gevolg daar deur die 45 Boxy BM van Jacobus Teert, die nommer 11 Chevy Astra van Derek Taljaard Tony's Motorspace en die ander Tony's brands wat daar op die kant is van sy kar. Dan het ons daar die nummer 35 Peugeot, al die pad van Rock Raceway af bo in Brakpan. Dit is natuurlijk Jan-Ray van Staden met Jesse Haggett in die 777 BMW. Die Homsa vlag wat gereed staan hier vir hulle en weg is hulle. Dis Legrandsie, maar dit is Jacobus Teert wat eerst in die positie gaan inspring daar so. Deur die kuipendraai gaan hulle nou saam, maar Derek Taljaard sit aan die buitekant en reeds op in die eerste plek en hy bring saam met hom daar die 35 van Jan-Ray van Staden wat ook deurglip en nou gaan van Staden hard moet werk om daar by Derek Taljaard verby te kom. Kom ons kyk wat maak hulle, dis Taljaard van Staden, Teert, dan Jasper Teert wat sit aan die 4de positie, gevolg deur Pieter Legrandsie, of nee, sorry jammer, dit is Jesse Haggett wat daar achter Teert sit en dan Legrandsie in die achterkant van die veld. Die voorste twee mannen wat hard beklei is so met Van Staden wat nou rug op die achterbuffer is vir Taljaard laat weet, ek is hier so as hy een foutjie gemaakt, gaan ek deurglip, hy probeer sit op die buitenlijn, kijk net het nie genoeg kracht neergesit nie, maar hy is vroeg op die versneller en die paalvlak af gaan hulle sy en sy in een fabrieksdraai in, maar is Taljaard wat die pas baie stadig gaan maak daardoor, as hy die binnenste lijn knap hou en het Van Staden forceer om kracht te gaan soek op die glibberige tweede lijn deur die draaie. Van Staden wat nou gaan inskuif daar in die tweede plek recht achter hom, maar dit is groot geveg ook daar vir die derde en vierde positie tussen Jacobus Teert met Jasper Teert hard op die remme en die probeer contact maak daar met sy broer nie. Dus Teert en Teert as hier die draai kom met Jacobus Teert wat net daar voor hulle is in die derde plek gevolg deur Jasper Teert en dan Jesse Haggett wat ek daar wil probeer voorbij kom. Maar het gaat tegen die voorkant van die veld toe, dit is die Tony's Astra van Derek Taljaard wat baie mooi hou daar in die eerste plek met Jan-Ray van Staden wat alles probeer doen om daar Peugeot sy neus daar in te kry. Hy dink links, hy duik nou rechts, gaan sit aan die buitenkant, maar net nie genoeg op die versneller daar so nie. Weer eens die tweede lijn deur die fabrieksdraai, gaan hy probeer iets doen hier so hard op die versneller sny en sy op die lijn is het Van Staden wat nou daar deurgaan, maar Derek Taljaard maak het vir hom baie moeilik in hy eerste plek. Nou gaan hulle Legrandsie rol begin speel hier so. Van Staden gaan iets moet doen as hy dit wil hee, maar nee, is Legrandsie wat toemaak en dit laat die deur waarheid oop daar vir Jan-Ray van Staden. As hy saam hier kom, het is Van Staden wat in die eerste plek inspring daar met die Peugeot. Hy is op in die eerste plek en tweede is Derek Taljaard. Dan in die derde plek die 45 BMW daar van Jacobus Teert met Jasper Teert wat baie druk begin toepas daar op hom. Hy wil voorbijkom want Jesse Haggett is ook kort op sy hakke. As die rond is, zorg wel seker uittel vir die voorste lot hier so. Jasper Teert wat dringend probeer deurglip, maar Jacobus Teert wil die boksiebeem van hom baie wyd maak en dan Jesse Haggett wat baie druk begin toepas daar so. Die drie wat baie competitief draai, maar aan die voorkant die wit vlag wat nou gaan uitkom hier vir ons voorloper. Dit is Jan-Ray van Staden in die nummer 35 Peugeot en Derek Taljaard in die dubbel 1 daar in die tweede plek. Daar is die 45 BM van Jacobus Teert met Jasper Teert in die vierde positie en Jesse Haggett, maar die geruite vlag wat uitkom vir die wenner hier so, die 35 van Jan-Ray van Staden, Derek Taljaard wat klaarmaak in die tweede positie, nou daar in die derde plek, Jasper Teert wat nog probeer druk toepas op Jacobus, maar Jacobus hou hom mooi, dit is die 45 Boxy BM van Jacobus Teert wat klaarmaak in die derde plek, gevolg daar deur die 46 BM van Jasper Teert, met Jesse Haggett kort op hulle hakke die 777 BM en dan die Flexie 777 LG Towing kar daar van Pieter Legrandsie. Maar 'n pragtige wedren daar so, gewag vir die regte oomblik om deur te glip en baie mooi gery daar in die hande van Jan-Ray van Staden.
Right, this is the Worcester brake and clutch 1660 modifieds as they head down into turn number 1. Oh, I'll have a look at them, those 4 there. At the end of the day, it's going to be between the 4, the 100 and the 17. That I can promise you. With the Pieter van Staden coming out of turn number 2. Right behind him, Jaco de la Rey, followed there by Andre de Toy and Kayla Jones. Those are your first 4 into turn number 1. Then you got Jason Madeira, followed there by Theo Butts in the Beetle. But as per usual FC, it's a 2 Tigers, a Renault Clio and the VW Golf.
Ja, dis daai 4 daar in die voorkant wat blitsig vinnig is en dis Pieter van Staden wat weer eens 'n lekker wedren insit daar in daai eerste posisie in die nommer 4 Tigra met die Tigra van Jaco de la Rey, die nommer 100 geel, wit en rooi kar daar in die tweede posisie, maar kort op sak en bang gaan die nommer 17 van Andre de Toy wat daar vir de la Rey gebruik as brieke as hy daar in rein gaan as Andre de Toy om probeer van sy lyn af druk 'n bietjie daarso. Maar hy sit as iets in die derde plek daar, soos nummer 17 van Andre de Toy met Kayla Jones in die 86 wat wag daar vir 'n fout van enige van daai top 3 manne af.
Well, Pieter van Staden's going to get away from them if they don't be careful. He's got that number 4 Tigra on song working his way out of turn number 1 out of factory corner, but Jaco de la Rey is going with him and they're both getting away from Andre de Toy. That's in that 3rd position, not too far behind him is a Kayla Jones. One mistake by any one of these 3 and Jones will dive up a position or 2 as this group of 4 work their way out of turn 1.
Ja, dus daai 4 is die 4 wat hulle lei daar so met Jason Madeira wat nie te sleg is daarop in die 5de posisie nie en hy sit nou ook 'n ronde daar op Theo Brits, maar aan die voorkant is dit hierdie vinnige 4 wat die wedren aanspoor hierso met daai nommer 4 van Pieter van Staden wat hulle lei aan die voorkant, gevolg deur Jaco de la Rey in die tweede plek met Andre de Toy in die nommer 17 in die derde posisie as die wit vlag binnekort gaan uitkom is 'n Frankie met 'n laaste ronde oor.
One more lap to go for these 4 as they head into turn number 1. They're going to pick up that beetle of Theo Brits heading out of turn 1. Pieter van Staden down the back lane he goes, being chased down hard. There were less than a lap to go by Jaco de la Rey into pit corner for the final time. The checkered flag comes out from Staden P1, de la Rey P2, de Toy P3 and Kayla Jones P4.
Ja, Kayla Jones wat klaarmaak daar in die 4de posisie met die nommer 86 Golf. Dan is dit Jason Madeira wat gaan deurkom om in die 5de posisie klaar te maak met sy 555 Golfie, gevolg deur die nommer 24 Beetle daar van Theo Brits. Lekker wedren geweest daar vir die Worcester brake and clutch 1660 se derde eiden. Dit is lekker wedren geweest vir Pieter van Staden in die eerste plek, tweede was Jaco de la Rey en in die derde plek Andre de Toy. SPME Industries V8 sprint cars, the Cape Thunder V8 sprint cars Number 16 is Dalian Gous. And then the number 4, the Tony's Motorspares car there of Kenny Gous. Both cars are going now. They're going to have a couple of laps to just get some heat into those big slick tyres that they've got on these powerful cars. Unfortunately, we've lost the likes there of Graham Parkins. Not sure what the problem is there for Parkins. And then, of course, also lost the number 5 of Wild Willy Zurich when that Conrad decided to take a leave of absence and climb out the side of that engine block. Kenny Gous, Dalian Gous in die volgorde op P1, Frankie Ennis, vat hulle van die lyn af.
Right, we've lost 2 of them out there, but we've got the Gous family out there, Kenny and Dalian Gous. That's the husband and wife combination working their way out of turn number 1 and running down the backside. Oh, Dalian getting that number 16 slightly out of shape. It's going to be about Kenny, one would believe, at the end of the day. However, Dalian is going to try and make it very, very difficult for Kenny as they race out of turn number 1. Down the back line, they both climb on the gas at exactly the same time, working out our factory corner. We can quite safely say that Gous is in P1 and Gous is in P2.
Yeah, it's a Gous and Gous story out there with Dalian having run a bit wide and left the door wide open for the number 4 there of Kenny, as Kenny had jumped into that P1 and now sits there ahead of his wife. And oh, Dalian gets it nice and sideways coming out of factory corner as she tries to catch up to that number 4 of Kenny that leads them out there. Not too many laps left out there for them as Dalian's back up on the inside. Kenny putting up a nice show here with his wife Dalian side by side. They come out of factory corner and it's Dalian that takes back the lead there ahead of Kenny Gous.
Well, they're still side by side. That's Dalian in the number 16 and the number 4 is Kenny. She's not letting Kenny get away. She forces him high, she forces him wide, she takes a tighter line coming out of factory corner. Working the way down into turn number 1. And I must say, these two are making a great race of it, but one would fancy Kenny eventually will blow into the lead, and then Dalian says, that's my turn, the white flag is out. Can they keep on like this towards the checker flag? They've got 1 more lap to go into turn number 1, SC, and one would think now that Kenny would just sneak away under Dalian. However, they're still right there with each other.
Yeah, right there by each other, still side by side. Can Kenny do something? He runs a bit wide. It's Dalian that comes, and Dalian crosses the line in first position in the number 16. Kenny left it a little bit too late there and just had to settle for that P2 behind his wife Dalian. And I can tell you what, Dalian will be pretty chuffed with that.
Yeah, he climbed on the gas as well as what he could, but it was a little too late, and that gave the victory to Dalian Gous over Kenny in second position.
Right, time for their medals to come back out on circuit. This will be their third final race for the day. After this, they will come out again for the finals.
Right, this class sponsored by Boss Racing. Right, Gary, we've got 5 of them, and the King's Auto Body Shop boxy BMW of James King is in pole position. He's got Emil Lange on his outside. Second row, Jean Favre and Ruan van der Walt. And on his own in the third row is John O'Bright.
Yeah, John O'Brien hasn't had much happiness with that motor car today. He's been slightly off the pace, but looks very keen. He's right there with them. Jean Favre on the 66 on the second row on the inside. Keep an eye on the West Cape car of Ruan van der Walt on that outside line. Can he run with Emil Lange? Emil Lange going a lot better with that motor car. Now it's got a bit of the misfire. The 7 up the back main in the hands of James King. King's Auto holds that line very neatly. And Lange being held on that outside line. Squeezing up on the inside is Favre. Favre runs in pretty wide as well. He brings Ruan van der Walt in the Fastron car with him.
Right, heading out of turn number 1. James King sitting out there in turn 1, or shall I say in P1. Favre ran a touch high, ran a touch wide. That's now opened the door for the Pertamina Fastron and West Cape Spares BMW of Ruan van der Walt to try and go through, but he's been hassled there by Emil Lange, and Lange on the inside. No, the door gets closed in his face there. Jean Favre will have a look on the outside of Emil Lange as they work their way up into factory corner.
Well, West Cape and Fastron sponsorship on the side of that Ruan van der Walt E36 BMW, beautifully repaired in there behind the old shape boxy BM of the class sponsor in at the Cape Bell Drivers, and having his cars out here as well. James King and Jonathan Bright, both of them with the King's Auto Body sponsorship on those motor cars. One right at the front, one right at the back. They've got the rest of the pack in there between them. Up the back main they go, first and second position. Look at that, there's nothing much between them. Emil Lange has not been dropped, and if they start fighting for that first position, I think Emil Lange is going to come back into play.
Well, James King is now trying to get away under Ruan van der Walt, but van der Walt is not letting him get away as they work back up the back main. They are both pulling away there from the 22 in third position of Lange as the white flag comes out for the final lap. One more lap to go for James King. One more lap for Ruan van der Walt and Emil Lange as Jean Favre and John O'Bright also come around to start their last lap. But it's about those three down the back, so the 7, the 42 and the 22 working their way out of the factory corner towards the checkered flag. James King finishes in P1, Ruan van der Walt second, third across the line. Emil Lange fourth and fifth will go to Jean Favre and to John O'Bright.
Drive there with the 22 car by Emil Lange. He was in that third position for a long time, and he just seems to be coming together with that motor car. It never really sounded that great initially when he got the motor car. Always had this underlying kind of misfire to it, and while somehow now that misfire is gone, he just looks more and more comfortable with the motor car and becoming more competitive with that motor car as well. So if you'd like to get your name on a car and you think that you'd like to get involved with this class, have a chat with the likes of Emil Lange. He's up and coming in the class, and get your company name linked to something like that, so you really can't go wrong. Next up will be the 2.1 modified saloons with that single hot rod that will be in there as well. Then we're going to go to a short break and just give the marshals an opportunity to get it all together, and then we will come back to you with the finals. I do believe that in the finals the highest points starting at the back, lowest points at the front. We'll try and confirm that for you after the interval break, and that's going to make for some very interesting racing. I do believe also further that total points for the event will be first, second and third overall. Right, they're just getting 3 warm-up laps, and see Jeff Moret is already getting hammered down as hard as he can, trying to inject as much temperature, not into just the tires, but into the brakes as well. Because of the fact that you need to heat up the tires, the slicks and semi-slicks that they're using, a lot of the guys now starting to move to a type of brake pad which also needs to get heated up as well to work at its best. And in that way, when the race starts, they've got the best possible car underneath them. So don't count out the likes of Hani Hanekom. He's been pretty quick out there today as well. I see that Gareth Martinengo, having had that misfire in heat number 1 and heat number 2, didn't finish heat number 1, finished heat number 2, but wasn't a happy camper out there whatsoever. Finds himself now near the front of the grid. In fact, looks like he's going to be in P1 pole position. Probably the 40 going to be alongside him, and that'll be Archie de Toy. That'll be the front row of the grid. Second row is going to be Dier van Marie on the inside, and then Hani Hanekom on the outside line. Third row is Eddie Libber, the man that didn't finish heat number 1. Alongside him, South African champion Mark Fontini. And then coming off the back of the pack is the Michael Rousseau Tony's car. That's a hot rod that's in there with the 2.1 modified. So then down the back main they go. I think the fight is going to be a case of the second, third and fourth cars that's out there. Hani Hanekom, if he can get around the outside, I'm pretty sure he's going to go for it. Otherwise, Dier van Marie going to try and squeeze up on the inside of the Hypo Mix car of Martinengo. Exactly what he does. Well, look at that. The 40 car of Archie de Toy. Somehow he gets a whole shot. He runs it wide. He brings Dier van Marie with there goes Mark Fontini. Mark Fontini runs up on the inside line and he goes one-on-one under the brakes on the inside of Dier van Marie, and Mark Fontini goes to the front.
And coming through now in the third position is Hani Hanekom. So Hani Hanekom sitting out there in P3. He will keep an eye on what's happening out there in P1 and 2 between Mark Fontini that sits out there first, and of course Dier van Marie that's in that second position. So the three of them are working their way out of turn number 1, out of factory corner, but once again it's all about those two Opel Tigras that are racing towards pit corner. There is a bit of a dice going on there for P4, 5 and 6 as Michael Rousseau with a hot rod had a quick look up on the inside there of Gareth Martinengo, and coming through with them as well is Archie de Toy. So that's a lovely fight there for 4, 5 and 6 as the leaders once again work their way across the line into turn number 1, and Dier van Marie getting a little bit closer now to Mark Fontini.
Well, look at this battle at the back end of the pack. The 3 car of Michael Rousseau starting to now lead that group out from Archie de Toy. Then in there behind that is Martinengo. Still got a bit of a misfire, but oh, de Toy loses it. He goes completely sideways off onto the infield, and that takes him right out of it. A big cloud of dust there by the pit gate. And well, somehow the back end just started to break away from him and flick from side to side. Don't know if maybe some fluid loss that he started slipping on his own fluids, but that didn't look right somehow. It was a very uneven incident that, so probably some mechanical failure that took him out, maybe a drive shaft or something similar. White flag comes out for the leaders as they come up past the start finish line. First and second positions very close to one another. It's all about Mark Fontini. He's going to go up the inside line there on Gareth Martinengo as they come down to the last corner.
Checkered flag coming out as the winner hits the start finish line. Mark Fontini bringing it home in P1 second, and a distant second there for Dier van Marie. Here comes Hani Hanekom through. He will finish in that third spot, and here comes Michael Rousseau will be the only hot rod out there, and also with him on track is the number 40 of Archie de Toy. Had a moment out there, and then Gareth Martinengo in the Gamco Services car working his way back to the pit area.
Mia.
finals break interval. Right, next up on circuit will be the Ninja Midget Finals. And the sponsor for the Ninja Midgets, Connaught Palace Engineering.
Woensdag vlag wat val en weggesluit. Die Connaught Palace Engineering en Ninja Midget. En Eer wat hulle daar van die lyn af van met Franco Trieter wat daar inskryf agter hom. Maar dit is Raag wat van vroeg vandag af al bewys het. Hoekom hy die man is om te vang daar so. Raak nie aan die brieke die draai nie, maar hy maak 'n klein foutjie en hier kom Franco Trieter aan die binnekant deur van Raag. Maar hier gaan die groot verskil nou inkom, die spoed wat Raag deur daai draai vat. Maar Franco Trieter sê, jy gaan bietjie harder moet werk hier in die finaal. Dit gaan oor die finaal hier vandag hierso vir Franco Trieter. Hy sit daar in die eerste plek in die 69, gevolg daar deur EJ Raag in die tweede posisie. Dan die derde plek mannetjie is nog 'n Raag wat hier deurkom, dis die van Raag wat sit daar in die derde plek en Franco Trieter wat nou van hierdie kans gebruik gemaak het om sy stempel bietjie af te druk hier in die voorkant. En hy kyk nie terug nie, want hy weet, as hy nou terugkry of 'n foutjie maak, dan gaan EJ Raag daar op sy keus wees. Through pit corner, your leaders go now, the 69 of Franco Trieter takes them down the back straight in the black and orange 69 Ninja Midget. They're going to start catching up to our third place young man out here in the 34 car. That is Van Raag sitting there in third position as our race leader is now right on his case going into pit corner. Trieter dives for the outside, makes an easy pass down there on that back marker as he is still in the lead. And he is being chased down by EJ Raag in the number 20 as Raag is very much down on speed here in the finals and sitting there in that second position. The white flag is up. This is the start of the last lap for Franco Trieter. And EJ Raag coming through in second position, followed by Van Raag. Not too sure, we'll just check with the lap scorers if they're going on points for the day or 1, 2, 3 over the line to determine who walks away with the trophies today. But at this stage of the fight, Franco Trieter is your man that's going to come down the main straight here now to collect the checkered flag in first position. He wins the finals here in the Connaught Palace Engineering Ninja Midgets with EJ Raag. He was our main guy throughout the day in all three of the first heats. He comes home in second position now, and in third place, the 34 of Van Raag. So ons gaan net gou die punthouer dames 'n kansie gee om die punte vir ons uit te werk hierso. Soos ouer gewoonte gaan ons die Ninja Midgets se trofee vir hulle oorhandig hier op die baan. Hierdie was hulle finaal gewees. So ons gee hulle gou die dames 'n kansie daar om die punte uit te werk en dan sal ons hulle trofee oorhandig hierso. Maar op hierdie stadium van die stryd net 3 van hulle uit gewees daar vandag en 2 van hulle wat reeds staan hier op die start-finish line. EJ Raag en dan Franco Trieter, die jong mannetjie wat daar uitkom. Kyk net hoe klein is hierdie mannetjies wat uitklim daar uit die karre uit. So terwyl ons wag vir Van Raag om te kom, wag ons net vir die punte, dan gaan ons hulle prysuitdeling doen hier op die baan. Ag kyk, en toe lyk hierdie jong mannetjies wat hier staan by ons op die baan. Dit is die toekoms van motorsport hier in Bredasdorp by die Cape Agulhas Raceway. En hulle neem ook deel waaroor ek hulle gaan. Gee hulle lekker 'n klap vir almal wat hier is rondom die baan. Reg, ons gaan begin met ons prysuitdeling. In die derde posisie, gee hom 'n lekker 'n klap, D van Raag. In die tweede plek, baie goed gedoen hier in die finaal, maar net nie vinnig genoeg gewees deur die loop van die dag nie. Gee hom 'n lekker 'n klap, Franco Trieter. En dan hierdie jong mannetjie het skielik hierdie seisoen spoed gekry van iewers af en briljant gery. Sit julle hande bymekaar vir Raag. Papa wat sê nou sy moeg gehardloop agter hierdie karre aan. Etienne, as jy so aanhou, nee, dan gaan jy eendag meer streamline wees as enige iemand rondom hierdie baan. So hou so voort. Gee hulle nog 'n lekker ander klap, julle Ninja Midget drywers vir die dag. Raag in die eerste plek, tweede Franco Trieter en in die derde posisie was dit D van Raag. Nou gaan ons moontlik in 'n pouse in, as Frankie en Gary net vir ons kan bevestig daar in die kommentaarhokkie. Dis moontlik nou die pouse vir so 'n paar minute dat almal net 'n kansie kry om ietsie te eet en te drink en dan sal ons begin met die finaal.
Well, that's correct, folks. We're going to have a short break quickly. The people that have entered for the spectator race, if you can please move into the pit area and follow the instructions from the people. Right, so the folks that's going to be taking part in the spectator race, if you can please get your cars to the pit area, that you are visual to the guys on the gate, that they can see that you are there. They can check that everything is fine in terms of helmets and seat belts and sobriety, and we will be in radio contact with them when you guys can come out on circuit.
Right, for all the kiddies around the circuit, if you move a little bit closer to the fence, I believe there's a vehicle that's going to be coming around, and they've got some sweets that they don't know what to do with. Having said that, Frankie Yinnes toddles down to the fence as well, and FC Nivo's going to see if he can do a first and second slip catch there for us. So I'm not sure who's made the sweets and what have you available, but the kiddies move down towards the fence. If there's no kiddies around you, just amble towards the fence. You might get lucky.
Right folks, here we go with the finals of the event, and it's in the junior development category. Pieter Lagransie and Anushka Maritz. They are the sorry about that folks, we had a glitch in the system. Everything seems to be back to normal again. Just got to pick up the chaos in the commentary box. Right, we're back to normal again. Alright folks, so there's 3 of them out there because Ackerman, Jessica Ackerman has joined them as well. So this is the finals of the junior developments. Jessica Ackerman, Pieter Lagransie Jr. and Anushka Maritz. That's the 3 cars we have working out of the pit corner. The green Wamsa flag goes down and away we go as they head into turn number 1. Pieter Lagransie, little Pieter Jr. working his way out of turn 1 down the back man. He's had an absolutely fantastic race event. Here comes Maritz diving through on the inside of Ackerman for that second position down in pit corner. Now back up the hill comes Pieter Jr. Pieter Lagransie working back into turn 1, the factory corner. Out of turn 1 he goes. He's not too concerned about those Golfs behind him. They've got a little fight going on for second and third between Maritz and Ackerman. Right, so as they go down the back main, the leaders working his way down the back straight towards the pit corner. Pieter Lagransie working his way out of the pit corner, heading up towards us, but that fight is on for that second position between the 2 Golfs as they make their way up towards turn number 1. So let's focus on that fight for second position between those Golfies heading out of turn number 1, going down the back main. The white flag does come out for the leader. He's got 1 more lap to go, but it's still very much game on between Anushka Maritz and Jessica Ackerman for that second and that third position, as the leader has got less than a half a lap to do before he sees the checkered flag. So the flag comes out. The winner is little Pieter Lagransie Jr. He wins this one convincingly, but Jessica Ackerman in that fight for that second place moves up ahead of Maritz, but Maritz takes that second place right back again on the line, and Anushka Maritz finishes in second. Jessica Ackerman crosses the line right behind her in P3.
Frankie, you see how the confidence has grown with those 2 young ladies and getting quicker and quicker as the meeting goes on. Right, here we go with the midgets. Last time out for them. Highest points at the back, lowest points at the front. Total highest points for trophies at the end of the event. Thunder Racing Midgets Finals. Neck brace.
Thunder Racing Midgets ready to get going, and it seems we found the missing neck brace.
On the track on the far side, the medics or the marshals, the marshal on the track, there's a neck brace that's laying on the circuit. The bucky will go and pick it up.
Yeah, so Marlene Lurie picked up that the neck brace of David Parkins fell out of the car, and it was laying on the circuit there in the factory corner. The guy's tyres nice, warm and sticky as Mama Midget. Marlene Lurie is running across the track there to collect the next neck brace. Quickly, Mama, quickly.
So is it Mama Midget and Midget?
It's Mama Midget and Midget in a Midget. He's the only Midget in a Midget until his brother starts racing.
Oh, there he stops on the infield. He's obviously, I would take it that he's looking for that neck brace. The white flag comes out. But maybe problems there for David Parkins, and hence deciding, no, let's rather stop. Looks like he's going to be getting out. Well, he's going to exclude himself from the racing if he gets out. But yeah, he's taken the helmet off, he's taken the belts off. So definitely something that's not right, and deciding, no, let's rather not. So 3 vehicles out there for the final.
Yeah, 3 of them out there. The Windsor flag goes down and away they go, and it is Waldo Trieter and Lizzie Geldenhuys is getting off the line there, but Andre Litz is not going to stay in that position for too much longer. He dives for the outside and goes around the outside of Waldo Trieter through a pit corner. It is the 42 Frank Drucker's car of Andre Litz that takes the lead in that beautiful black and gold livery that he's got, followed by Trieter and Lizzie Geldenhuys.
Wow, looking quite fine with the absence of the David Parkins midget out there. He's undoubtedly the man on the move and the quickest out there. Andre Litz, that is the new car that he built. Well, we say new car. He's only had about 4, 5, 6 meetings with it, but a big improvement from his previous vehicle, and looking more and more comfortable with it, and getting quicker and quicker out there as he does further development on the motor car, and quite rightfully leading out this pack as they go through the motions of the final.
Yeah, and one thing we've noticed with that 42 car, Gary, is the car setup does seem to suit the harder tar surfaces a lot better. He runs a lot better at CHD as well as out here at Bredasdorp now, with the car being out here today, because predominantly we carried over the setup of the old car onto this car, which was basically set up for tar racing, and it seems to go a lot better for him out there on the harder tar surface.
Well, not pushing it over the hard, just making sure that he gets it through the finals. Taking it quite calm. He's taken the white flag. The 11 car coming through behind that, that's Valdo Trita. And then Lizzie has been on and off with that car all day. And it's had its fair share of problems, but she's managed to keep on going with it. A bit of a misfire here and there. Andre Lutzer wins the final. Valdo Trita will come through in second place. Almost sounds like it's got a slipping clutch on that car. The moment he gets the hammer down, the revs climb quicker than what you would expect it to climb. Lifts off and then accelerates again. That would indicate somebody that's nursing a clutch that's not in 100% shape. Lizzie comes through to pick up that third position. Thunder Racing Midget's final.
Alright folks, here we go with the RDM Bedrywe Stockyard Finals, and Luke is in pole position. Lady Racer Michelle Brandt finds herself out there in P1. Annie Brandt, Black Widow, written on the side of that car, sponsored by Westcape Motor and Bucky Spare. Charlene Anderson is also in the house. Then the two Ellis, mother and daughter, Mommy Mina and the daughter Mia, Jock beside note, and then the 79 Golf of Liam Kruger, as the six of them work their way down that back straight. Right, who will be the favorites here? Definitely Michelle. Watch out for Mia. And then those two Golfs at the back of Jock and Liam. They're going to be pretty quick and cutting and carving their way through the field already. Jock beside Nagazin sits on the outside of Mina Ellis. Will he do the out in there? No. Here comes Liam Kruger. Kruger does the in. Oh, you could see that happening. You could see that was going to happen. Red flag contact going into turn number 2, pit corner. Well, you could just anticipate. You could just anticipate that was going to happen. And at the end of the day, Charlene Anderson and Jacques Besaidenout are the two drivers stranded there in the pit pen.
Well, Jacques Besaidenout, one of the quickest out there in the 11 cars, done exceptionally well. Liam Kruger, flat left-hand front tires. We'll leave it to the clerk of the course to determine if there's opportunity for him to get the tire sorted out. Looks like they are being sent back to pits. So Liam Kruger will get opportunity to make a plan and get that sorted out. Clerk of the course determining not his error. So back to the pits, they will send all of the cars. Liam Kruger will get an opportunity to redo that left front tire.
Well, if you have a look at the replay going into a pit corner, well, there's always going to be an issue there with you can't go 3-4 abreast into the pit corner. Mina's on the inside, and then all of a sudden she's got a car on the inside and a car on the outside, and that is automatically a remedy for chaos. But at the end of the day, they are sent back to the pits to do running repairs, and then we will probably get the RDM Bedrijver stock rod final out a bit later on. Right, here we go with the Genco Services Super Saloon final. Pieter Lagransie, Jacobus Theart, just ahead of him the 46 of Jasper Theart, Jesse Haggett, Derek Taljaard, and Jandre van Staden. You'll notice time and time again the cars come through, and the 777 LG Towing V8 Flexi is going nowhere. That's purely because he doesn't run on those slick tires, so he doesn't need to heat up those tires. So we are standing right there on the inside, just off the line, and let the guys with the slick tires do their thing, and he will join the moment the staggered flags come out. So no heat required for those tires. Those are the treaded tires. It gives those guys a chance to put some heat in the softer slick tire. And now the staggered flags come out. So Pieter Lagransie with that 777 V8 Flexi rejoins the other American saloon cars out there, the super saloons I should say. Well, this man from the Rock Raceway in Brakpan, Jandre van Staden, working his way down the back straight. He came to Cape Al Drivers a couple of weeks ago and showed the Super Saloon drivers the way to the checkered flag. And I'm afraid for all of them out there, he's doing exactly the same again at this event. But Lagransie and Jasper Theart on the front row. Jesse Haggett and Jacobus Theart, and then Derek Taljaard and Jandre van Staden.
Wheels up flag goes down and away they go, and here's Jasper Theart that takes the lead into the pit corner with Lagransie sitting there in second position, and contact between him and Jesse Haggett. in the 277 cars. But look at that Corvus, he goes for the outside, but wide on the outside is the 35 of Jandre van Staden. He takes that position, he sits on the wide line going out there, and he's going to make a triple pass out there into P2.
Well, diving ahead of everybody else. Oh, nice contact there between Jesse Huggett and Pieter Lagranci, and in sympathy as well involving Derek Talliard, and that brings out the full course yellow flags. Right, full course yellow flags out. Everybody is back in again. Pieter Lagranci is in, Jesse Huggett is in. It was an unfortunate racing incident. No harm done, and everyone will continue as per normal.
Yeah, basically the positions as they are now is how they were. Derek Talliard can just move up a little bit to catch up to the back of the pack, and that should be good to go then after that spin in Tony's corner.
Well, I've noticed the powers that be here, the Krichlers have given the 777 the back of the grid board, so Lagranci Senior needs to move to the back of the grid.
Yeah, Lagranci was the one that lost it on his own there. There was initial contact between him and Jess before that incident, and but eventually the 777 of Lagranci, the LG tow-in car, losing out there, and doesn't seem to realize that that message was for him.
Well, if it doesn't move to the back of the grid, they are going to take action, that's for sure. He needs to look at the board on this side. Ah, there he turns to the right now. He has now seen the back of the grid board. All in fairness, FC, he didn't see it on the first two occasions. The moment he did see it, he acknowledged and went to the back of the grid. They sit pretty low, and it's not that easy to look out the windows of those cars. However, here we go. FC, take them away.
Yeah, well, the problem is they're forming a grid, and it was a second lap incident.
Yep.
So it's not a restart, it's just a continuation of the race, which means they should be single file out there.
Right, line
so
of stern.
Yeah, well, no, not line of stern, single file.
But that is line of sterns, one behind each other.
No, that's single file. Line of stern means next to each other.
Not in my English direction, not in my English book, but never mind. Line of stern means you one behind each other. Either way.
Anyway,
You're right, one behind each other. The bottom line
ek
is...
is afgeplaas, okay.
Agter mekaar ry. Soos Ankel Lede oom Jack so gesê het, eentjies stap in 'n ry.
Eentjies in 'n ry. Jasper Tiehart, wat hierdie ry gaan lei daar in nummer 46. CK Auto Space been agter hom die 35 van Jandre van Staden met Jacobus Tiehart, Jess Huggett, Derek Talliard, Pieter Lagranci, die groen vlag wat vallen weg is hulle. En Jacobus Tiehart, of Jasper Tiehart, dan moet ek sê, te lekker wegspeel daar so, maar het 'n blitsige Jandre van Staden daar reg by hom, maar hier kom Derek Talliard.
Right, down the back man they go. It is Jasper Tiehart with Jandre van Staden. That's parking off there on his outside, out of factory corner. They are side by side, heading back down into turn one pit bend with Derek Talliard. In that third position, a bit of a lock up there by Jasper Tiehart. This will bring Jesse Huggett in P4 into play as well as Derek Talliard goes and sits on the outside of Jasper Tiehart.
Talliard gaan sit aan die buitekant, Jasper Tiehart wat hard op die brieke moet sien. Hoe kom hy rook van die brieke en tyres af as hy die draai ingaan, as hy baie hard op die remme is. Maar het is nie genoeg om vir Talliard achter hom te hou nie. En nou gaan hy ook 'n hardjaande Jesse Huggett daar achter hom hê. En intussen is dit Jandre van Staden aan die voorkant in die 35 wat gejaagd wordt in die nummer 11 van Derek Talliard. Dan die 46 van Tiehart, die 777 van Huggett met die 777 flexie van Pieter Lagranci en Jacobus Tiehart.
Right, out of the factory corner comes your race leader. He picks up Jacobus Tiehart, who's got a problem. Flat tire, front right hand tire has gone down on the NT Space and Access Auto Boxy BMW of Jacobus Tiehart as he pulls that car into the infield. However, no problem up front from our leader, the man, our friend from the Rock Raceway, In Brakpan, Jandre van Staden working his way out of turn number 1 with Derek Tolliard in second, but the fight for third is pretty much on here between Jasper Tiat and Jesse Huggett. That's the last fight out there for third position.
A two-way battle out there for third position between Tiart and Huggett, as Huggett is trying desperately to get his nose in. Tiart runs wide. Huggett tries to get his nose up on the inside, but can't put enough power down to get his nose up in there. Into pit corner they go. The white flag is going to come out here for your race leader, Jandre van Staden. He starts his last lap right now, followed there by Derek Tolliard in the 11 Tony's diesel and turbo mechanics car, followed by Jasper Tiart, Jesse Huggett, and then it is Pieter Legrandsie.
One more corner and a little straight to go for race leader, race winner, Jandre van Staden. Coming home in P1 second, the Tony's V8 Flexi of Derek Tolliard, and third will go to Jasper Tiart with Jesse Huggett in P4, right on his back bumper across the start-finish line.
Well, folks, for those of you at home who are waiting to watch the stock rods, they will come out right at the end, as the clerk of the course has deemed it necessary to give them enough time to get those cars fixed after that incident. So the stock rods will be the last class to come out for the evening, and that means next out will be the 1660s with Jason Madeira, Theo Brits, Kayla Jones, Andre de Toy, Jaco de la Rey, and Pieter van Staden bringing the pack out. Worcester clutch and brake 1660, Theo Brits, die man met 'n lei daar in die Beetle aan sy buitekant die 555 van Jason Madeira met Kayla Jones in die snap change in Montevista Electrical Golfie. En aan buitenkant Torque Lubricants is die nummer 17 Clio daar van Andre de Toy met die nummer 4 van Pieter van Staden en die man daar aan die achterkant in die 100 Tigra van Jaco de la Rey. Gaza, would you like to take them off the line?
Well, let's keep an eye on De La Rey coming off the back of the pack, and the 4 car as well. Up into turn number 1 they go, and look at that, making the move straight away into the first corner. He brings De La Rey and the Toy with. Well, getting a spin there is the 555 car, but the yellow flag comes out, full course yellow, That slowed down Kayla Jones and then also the Beetle as well. And for that reason, well, of course, saying let's rather slow it all down, let's get it all right.
Yeah, that is Jason Madeira that got pinched there between Jaco de la Rey and Andre de Toy. And that was a first corner incident, so the clerk of the course will restart this race, which means they'll probably have to go back to their original grid positions.
Quite a mean looking Beetle this. Not sure if it is a real Beetle on a flexi pan or if it is a Beetle.
That's a Beetle. You can see that's metal sitting out there.
Autocraft being the main sponsor on the 24 car on the outside of that, Torque Lubricants, Protec, and Purple Gorilla Project on the car of Under the Toy. Snap change, on the car of Kayla Jones. De La Rey on the second row on the outside. Keep an eye on Pieter van Staden, high sprint scorer coming from the back of the pack. Either of those two at the back of the pack could make it. Let's be honest, Under the Toy from where he is will probably get the whole shot. Can he hold with those two very quick cars coming off the back of the pack?
Well, they've just slotted up into that position, but the clerk of the course lets them go, and it's a good clean run there for Andre de Toy. But look at Kayla Jones grabbing that opportunity to move into P2 and hold behind the likes of Jaco de la Rey and Peter van Staden. How long can she do it in that stock rod though remains to be seen.
Look at that, coming straight up on that inside line. A brilliant move there by Peter as he moves up into that second position already. Wow, can he go and fetch Andre de Toy from here? He's got Delaray all over his back bumper. The two of them now going to try and chase down Andre de Toy. I think Andre de Toy's been playing a bit with the settings on motor car because race for race, he's been getting quicker and quicker today. He might just have the pace to stay out front there and show these guys the way around.
Ja, Andre de Toy wat wen in die eerste einde gehad het daarso en nou hier in die finaal kom. Hy hardloop totaal al weg van die man af daarso as Pieter van Staden die nummer 4 Tigra sukkel om daar vir Jaco de la Rey agter hom te hou. Daar is niks tussen hierdie twee manne nie. As hulle amper buffer ry hier in die pylvlak af en deur die draai en dis terwyl hulle twee dit uitbeklei daar is Andre de Toy die man aan die voorkant in die nummer 17 kleur wat besig is om weg te trek terwyl Kayla Jones in die 86 Golfie alles probeer doen om hulle te vang.
Andre de Toy still leads him out, but what a magic dice there in second and third position. I can see the cameras staying on that one because it's going to be all systems go. In the tail end out, look at that, Peter hangs the tail end out and it is Delaray that's all over his back bumper. He's pushing all the time. They have now closed on the back of Andre de Toy. They're going to pick up the back marker in the Beetle. Theo says, hold me a second, I don't want to damage my lovely new Beetle. You guys keep on trucking down the back lane they go, the laps are ticking away. I think that the battle's now going to be up front for first and second position.
Ja, Pieter van Staden wat skielik die regte lyn gekry het daarso. Nie net weg te kom van Jaco de la Rey af nie, maar om eintlik vir Andre de Toy te gaan haal, maar skielik is Jaco de la Rey ook daar by hulle. Hierdie kan nog 'n geveg raak vir eerste, tweede en derde. As Jaco de la Rey daar reg by hom is, maar ek moet vrug op die breeke klim as van Staden toemaak daarso. Andre de Toy wat 'n bietjie asemhalingskans kry daarso in die hoofpylvlak af aan die nummer 17 wat gejaag word deur die nummer 4 van Staden en Jaco de la Rey in die derde plek.
Van Staden starting to hang the tail end out more and more. A spin on the 24 car right here in front of us, and that is Theo Brits who reverses it back. And I thought that the yellows were going to come out. They didn't bring the yellows out. They said, let it keep on tracking. Look at that battle. It's all about KPL drivers. Under the toy down the back lane they go. Peter van Staden in that second place. It is Jaco de la Rey in that third. The white flag gets held up by Vanneker.
White flag comes out. This is the last lap as the 24 car of Brits has a box full of neutrals there. But Peter van Staden putting a lot of pressure on the 17 there of Andre de Toy. There's only one corner left. Who's it going to be? Will it be de Toy, van Staden or de la Rey? The checkered flag comes out for Andre de Toy in P1, followed by Peter van Staden P2, and Jaco de la Rey coming home in P3, followed by Kayla Jones in P5.
Wow, what a lovely ride there by Andre de Toy. Well, as we said earlier on, he's been getting quicker and quicker, race for race, getting accustomed to the circuit. I think they tweaked it a little bit on that motor car to get it to where it is right now, because it just seemed to be getting stronger and stronger all race long, and proving it in the finals there on the pace. A nice little donut there by Peter van Staden in the 4 car, an immaculate looking motor car. I did hear that somebody had actually bought that car here at the circuit, and it was actually going to be going back to Cape Town. Whether that's fact or fiction, I don't know. Keep an eye on social media if we see those photos pop up under a name of somebody else that's just racing here today as well. Fact or fiction, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see who's going to be the new owner of that car. But like I said earlier, I recognize shapes of cars, especially when it's cars that change hands regularly, and I guarantee, if somebody can just confirm or deny it for me, that number 4 car is possibly the ex-Donovan Jarman ProTech number 14 car. All the shapes, all the little bits and pieces, I mean, I've drawn that car for a shirt design, and I'm pretty sure that is the ex-Donovan Jarman car. And now it's coming back to Cape Town.
SPME Industries V8 Sprints. Well, as it was early on, it's all Ghost family affair of Kenny and Dalian Ghost, the husband and wife combination out there. Sadly, we've lost all the others. Well, we'll have a look, see exactly who's going to go and do what in the third heat. They were nose to tail and side by side, and it was Dalian that beat Kenny by a quarter of a car length at the checkered flag. We are now in the finals for the SPME Industries V8 Sprint cars, and once again they are side by side down the back lane. The next time they come onto the home straight, they will get the green flag to go, and we are ready to wrap the flag down, and away they go, heading down into turn number one. Out of turn one this time, it's Kenny that says, man, I'm not going to hang around here because I was beaten early on. So we'll have a look, see what's going to happen out there. Down into turn one they go now, and as I said before, Kenny not going to stick around this time. He was beaten by his wife in that third heat, and now he's going to show that he's going to absolutely run away with that number 4 car. Down into turn number one, and down the back lane they go. Well, we'll have to look and see when they make their way down the back straight. And we'll have to look and see when they eventually get this one underway, because remember that this is just the warm-up laps that they were doing. So Kenny was making sure under these warm-up lap conditions that he gets more than enough heat in those tires. The problem is when we get to the actual race, will he be able to do the same? Well, the answer is yes, but under race pace and race conditions, things are not always exactly as they seem to be. So with the warm-ups, as I was mentioning to you people, he was showing what he can do, but now we come to the actual race itself. So he sits there on the outside of Dalian. Yes, he did what he had to do out there in the warm-ups, but guys, warm-ups is one thing, the race is a different story.
Yeah, just two of them, unfortunately. Rolling Thunder. Fantastic to see these cars out on circuit again. They are blindingly quick. The sound of these cars when they come down, pretty much the same kind of motors I would tend to think that you would find underneath the bonnet of a late model. Lots and lots of power, revs up very, very quickly. Power to weight ratio utterly immense, and not that much vision on the right hand side where the wheel is coming down. So you just want to keep on turning left, but lots of grip with these tires that they've got on here as well.
Well, this time Kenny is doing exactly what he did out there in the warm-up laps. He's climbing on the lap pedal and disappearing down into the distance. Out of turn one pit corner he comes now. He's getting further and further away from Dalian. Down the back lane, he pulls T3 car lengths under her as he makes his way out of turn 2, the factory corner, towards the start line to pick up another lap and start another one. Out of turn one he comes now. He's almost a half a lap ahead there of Dalian, if not more, in that second position.
Well, you can hear he's getting the hammer down pretty hard and holding it for a long, long time. He's coming late. He's driving it harder and harder every single time he goes into the bottom corner. That's when he says up into the top corner. He's also running it pretty hard. Battling a little bit here and there with understeer. Obviously a very neutral balance on that car designed to be driven hard on the gas, and that's exactly what he's doing right now.
Ticket flag is out. It's game, set and match for car number 4, race leader Kenny Ghost, as he crosses the finish line in P1, and right in there behind him in second position is the number 16 car of Dalian Ghost.
Heavy Metals, Kings Auto Body Shop, is die manne wat uit is daar vir hulle finaal met John O'Bright, die man wat daar staan op paalposisie aan sy buitenkant, die groot man daar van die Weskus Ovaalbaan, John Verwey. Achter hulle Emil Lange in die nummer 22 aan sy buitenkant, die Pertamina Fastron en Westcape BM van Rowan van der Walt. En achter hulle is die man wat koning gekraad hier vandag, die nummer 7 kar van James King. Kom ons kyk wat gebeur. Die rooi vlag is uit. Rooi vlag is uit. Die manne wat nie reg was daar so met die begin nie. Iets wat nie reg was daar op die begin nie en die rooi vlag wat uitkom om te sê die manne moet kom stop hier op die wenstreep. Manne, rooi beteken stop. Sy.
Every time with the red out it means stop, not just sometimes. So highest points coming off the back of the pack, and that is the 7 car of James King, King's Auto Body. Must say that Emil Lange's had a pretty good run, as has the 42 of Rowan van der Walt as well. Love the color scheme and stickering on that motor car. I know it's not conducive to taking photos because it's fluorescent, but believe you me, a lovely, lovely, well-prepared motor car.
Right, so a slight issue there with the 66 car, but the race is going to go on with John O'Bright in the number 14, the 22 of Emil Lange, Rowan van der Walt in the 42, and the 7 of James King. Woensdagvlag wat val en weg is er also en Rowan van der Walt met die skoonbaan voor my daar so om eerst in die draai in te spring daar met James King wat reeds op is uit die tweede plek toe, dan John O'Bright en Emil Lange. Maar Lange wat nou vastgevang is daar, hy gaan moet werk om maar voor te kom, maar Rowan van der Walt wat in 'n lekker posisie sit daar so met James King wat hom nou met jaag.
Well, James King looks like he's trying to go for the win in the final with a big, massive attack from behind. And going into the corner just loses the tail end. I was just busy saying that it looks like James King is really wired and fired for this one, seriously going for the win in the final. Probably knows what the points layout is and knows a win is the only way he's going to pick up top honours for the reopening of the Bredasdorp track, now called Cape Agulhas Speedway. So James King with the cause of the yellow will probably have to restart off the back of the pack, and that's exactly what he doesn't need, because the Rowan van der Walt in the Westcape Fastron car at the front of the pack is going to be very difficult to catch him.
Groen vlag wat wegvallen, weg is hulle daar so en dit is van der Walt, Lange, King en John O'Bright in die wedren met van der Walt wat hulle lei daar in die kuip bedraai en hy is nog steeds aan die eerste plek en die Fastron en Westcape Space kar aan die voorkant. Emil Lange wat nou 'n bietjie meer gerus voel daar, hy tweede plek en hy gaan nou probeer om daar by Rowan van der Walt verby te kom, maar van der Walt gaan dit vir hom baie moeilik maak.
Emil Lange coming along very strongly, just getting better and better with that motor car. I never rated him as a car driver combination with what there was before, but I tell you what, he's just got better and better, quicker and quicker, and now all over the back of Rowan van der Walt.
Ja, Emil Lange wat alles van in sy krag om aan te vang en James King wat nou bietjie versigtiger is hier vir die Cape draai. Hy het net nou baie hard probeer om daar sy neus in die binnekant van die bal te kry, maar nou sit hy daar in die derde posisie en 'n hele entjie agter Lange met John O'Brien aan die agterkant van die veld. Maar intussen, Roan van der Walt is die man wat hierdie wedren dikteer hier in die voorkant. En die nummer 42 daar, Emil Lange gaan met werk om verby te kom en pak staan James King nog 'n kans.
Well, James King is holding sway very neatly there to work your way up the back main. Closing slowly but surely on Lange. Lange very hard into the corner. Loses the tail end and that's going to be the gap that James King in the King's auto body car needed. That brings him a whole lot closer. Locks up that left-hand front wheel. The tailing starts to come out. He gets past Emil Lange, but nobody's going to catch Roan van der Walt at the front. The white flag's about to come out.
Yeah, that squabble for second and third has released Van der Walt to chase that win. White flag is out. This is the last lap for Van der Walt, Lange and King, followed by John O'Brien. And Roan van der Walt's going to be pretty tough for this. This man is from Bedalstorp. This is his home grounds out here. And he comes home to get the checkered flag in P1 in the 42, followed by the number 7 Boxy BM of James King in second. Then the number 22 Dolphin Shape BM of Emil Lange in third. And John O'Brien brings it home in fourth position.
Well, that was pretty interesting stuff, I must say. Heavy metals and the West Cape spares. Pertamina Fastron E36 BMW leading out there in the hands of Roan van der Walt. A very decent, strong second position there by the King's Auto Body Works car of James King. A very strong showing by the unsponsored Emil Lange in the 22 car, getting quicker and quicker at every single meeting he goes to, and starting to look very impressive with that motor car. And wow, I wouldn't take that car to be on the same level as power supply of some of the other cars here, but believe you me, he's got that car on top. I, for one, look forward to watching Emil Lange next time he goes out, because I think he's going to be there where the points are, where it really counts.
Don't you just love the smell of rubber on a track? I told James if we don't hear tires pop, we're never going to say King's Auto Body Shop again. So let's attempt to say King's Auto Body Shop again. Let's hear those tires pop.
Well, looks like he's trying his best to get those tires to pop. Those poor BMW motors.
Folks, if anybody's got a set of new tires, I'm pretty sure that some of these guys would appreciate to call Monday morning. But that was the final for the King's Auto Body Shop Heavy Metals, and what a race it's been.
I don't think they're intending to use those tires again. Well, I hope not.
Tony's Motorspace Worcester 2.1 Modified finale. Gareth Martinengo die man daar in die 112. Aan sy buitekant die nummer 40 daar van 8 de 2. met Hanni Hannekom in die nummer 70 Goodwood Barry and Spray voor Fiesta. Die hashtag 41 kar wat daar in die 4de posisie sit is die Tigra daar van Devan Maree met die A41 kar in die hande van Mark Fontini en nummer 8 Tony's Motorspace Fiesta daar van Michael Rousseau. Hulle gaan eers 'n paar rondes kry om hulle bande warm te maak om die semi-slick bande van hulle bietjie hitte te gee voordat die wedren begin. Right, this is the finals of the 2.1s and the hot rod class. Only one hot rod out there in Michael Rousseau. He's in the Tony's colours. All the others around him are the 2.1s. Watch out there for Devan Maree and for Mark Fontini, and don't forget about Hanni Hannekom. They're going to be the 3 cars that I believe is going to be in the mix for first, second and third. However, in motorsport anything can happen, but they would be the top 3 to keep an eye on. They've got Archie de Toy in the mix as well, and Gareth Martinengo. So Martinengo and Archie de Toy, they are on the front row of the grid, but watch that entire second row and the last of the 2.1s. Hanni Hannekom, Devan Maree, and the A41 of Cape Al Drivers' champion, Mr. Mark Fontini, as they work their way down the back straight. FC Clark of the course has got the Womsa flag, and we're about to set them free. Ja, die Womsa vlag wat gerust staan hier vir die 2.1 modifieds uit die Cape draai. Kom en nou, die vlag wat val weg as hulle. En dis Hanni Hannekom wat hier getas in kontak tussen Hannekom en Devan Maree, en is Gareth Martinengo wat in die ronde getel word daar so, en die geel vlag gaan, die rooi vlag gaan uitkom. Hierdie wedren word gestop. Yeah, there was just some do or die maneuvers by some of the guys out there. They just went in hell for leather and turned into semi-chaos out there, but it was a lap 1, turn 1 incident, and that brings out the red flag. The race gets stopped. Well, that is a matter of I want through, and it don't matter how I get through, and so some of the guys being a little bit over enthusiastic out there. However, all is well that ends well. Is everybody back in again? No, we have lost the no, we haven't. Martinengo is there. He's back in pole position on the inside of Archie de Toy. So FC, once again, the reset button has been hit. Let's redo this one. Yeah, let's see if we can get them off the line this time around. The white flag is out. Hold on, guys, hold on. Something that seems to be popping up a lot lately at the tracks is the guys are so eager to get the race going. They're not quite watching the flags and realizing that it's a white flag and not the green Womsa flag that's up high. Right, let's have a look, see if we get it right a second time. The Womsa flag goes down. This time it's A-OK. Let's have a look once again. A lovely dive up on the inside and into P1 by Devan Maree. Maree leads Archie de Toy. Look at that fight. Oh, they set Archie de Toy. That's Mark Fontini and Hanni Hannekom. Fontini second, Hannekom third, chasing down race leader Devan Maree. Up the main straight into P1. What I told you it's going to be about those 3 as they exit the factory corner. Yeah, that was the Toy being gobbled up by those lightning quick cars in P2 and P3. But Devan Maree is the man that's leading them out there in the hashtag 41 car, with the A41 car, Fontini sitting there in second position, followed by the 70 of Hanni Hannekom, then the number 40 car of Archie de Toy, and then the hot rod there of Michael Rousseau and Gareth Martinengo. But once again, it's a bit of deja vu here. It's the blue Opel Tigers that set out in first and second. Maree and Fontini in that order, followed there by Hannekom. in that third place. Now they're picking up the first of the back markers in Gareth Martinengo. Out of pit corner, Martinengo keeps right up the way. And Fontini came out of turn 2 very high, very wide, almost creamed the back end there of the Martinengo machine. Yep, and those two Blue Tigers powered by Toyota Motors up into pit corner. Now they come. It is Marais from Fontini. Fontini has all of a sudden gained in leaps and bounds there on your race leader. But will he be able to pass? And that's another question. He goes up high, right up against the wall as Marais is riding very defensively. Well, it's all about these two as they make their way out of turn number 2. Now he does it out in anymore. Jeff Marais had no idea that Mark Fontini was there. He dived up on his inside. Luckily, these are two seasoned young campaigners. Down the back line they go, and once again Marais not backing out of that one as Marais and Fontini make their way once again out of pit corner and into Hall car. They got those cars out of shape. Now Fontini sits on the outside of Marais. There's nothing between these two. Nothing between them, side by side. They go down the back straight. It is, there's nothing in between them, but neither of them are backing out. Fontini is on that line now, puts the power down, and he slingshots around the outside and gains that position ahead of Marais. In the meanwhile, there is a battle going on for 4th and 5th between Archie de Toy and Michael Rousseau, but all the action is coming to a close now. The checkered flag is, no, the white flag being ready, and the checkered flag coming out for Mark Fontini P1, then P2 going to Diefan Marais. P3 will go to the 70 car of Hani Hanekom. In 4th, who's it going to be? Will it be the number 40 or the number 8? As they come through Tony's Motorspace corner, it's Archie de Toy that comes home in 4th position, followed by the hot rod there of Michael Rousseau in P5, and then we've got Gareth Martinengo coming home in that 6th position.
Well, some brilliant action out there between Diefan Marais and Mark Fontini. As I said earlier on, two seasoned drivers, and they gave each other more than enough room to operate in without making unnecessary contact. And that's the type of racing you get if you get two competitors going one-on-one in the likes of Diefan Marais and Mark Fontini.
Well, folks, here we go with the last race of the day, and that's going to be the Stock Rod Finals. And I must say it's been some amazing racing that we've seen here today. In excess of 60 cars. We've seen here both Frankie and his Mike's side with Chris and Gerda on the cameras. A whole new team that Steve Becker has got on board, a couple of old hands, a lot of new guns that have come to join us, and that's going to make for a very deft team in the future. Coming off the back of the pack, the 11th car is probably going to be the man to catch.
Jacques Poseidon in that number 11 coming off the back of the pack. Ahead of him is Mia Ellis and Liam Kruger, and then Charlene Anderson and pole sitter Michelle Brunt. This is the final race of the event. And I must say it's only 7:10. We've done pretty well out here, starting just after 2. We've got our 3 heats and our finals in. I must say well done there to our COC, to Mia Krichler, and to Dad, one of the senior officials in Western Cape Motorsport, Werner Krichler. They've done the show extremely well. As the flag goes down and we are away. Oh, look at Liam Kruger. Liam Kruger gets the run on the outside. Will he get the whole shot? Yes, he will. No, he won't. That will go to Michelle Brunt. Down the back lane he goes now. Brunt P1, Kruger second. Mia Ellis is there in that 3rd place, and Mia looking up on the inside of Liam Kruger, right behind Jacques Poseidon.
Pretty effective on the brakes there was Mia Ellis, who was right on the button on the inside line and made that one stick. It didn't put Liam Kruger under any pressure whatsoever. The 11th car that was going to come off the back of the pack, not been able to make much ground yet. Jacques Poseidon
He's got 3 very quick cars there in front of him. The first car he's got to try and traverse is going to be the young man, Liam Kruger. And remember, Liam was right up into that second position. He won't fancy dropping out of the top 3 whatsoever. So if the Suidpunt wants to get into the top 3, well, you got a mountain to climb, buddy, because that young man is not going to back off whatsoever.
Well, working their way now out of the pit corner, working their way back up into turn number 1 is Michelle Brunt. She has had an awesome race event. Down the back main she goes. The gap between herself and Mia Ellis is more or less the same. Lovely to see the 2 lady racers dominating the stock lot finals. Brunt P1, Ellis P2, P3 and 4. There's a nice evolving between Liam Kruger in that 3rd position, and right behind him the number 11 of Jacques Besaidenout. Down the back line they go. That's the only dice out on the track. That's the one for 3rd between Liam Kruger and Jacques Besaidenout.
Liam Kruger could feel that trophy in his hands already, and having got from the 2nd down to 3rd, he's going to do every trick in the book to stay where he is. Besaidenout late on the brakes, tried to do a diving, was alongside Kruger, couldn't make it stick. What's he going to do now? If he just carries on doing what he's doing, he's not going to be able to get past. He's going to have to do something later. The white flag comes out. Kruger runs wide. Kruger runs wide. He's going to close Besaidenout off. Besaidenout last gasp effort. Well, it's going to be all about that 15 car on its way down the back bank. It's the Michelle Brunt car that's going to take the checkered flag as they come up towards us for the last time. Michelle Brunt coming through, and then it will be Mina Ellis in a very critical second. Liam Kruger says thank you very much, Mr. Besaidenout. I really enjoyed that dice with you, but 3rd is mine, 4th is yours. Charlene Anderson coming through behind that.
Well, I'll tell you what a show it has been out here. It's had its moments, it's had great racing out. It's lovely to have Cape Agulhas Raceway back on track again after being away for just over a year with the COVID-19 situation. And a big thanks to Steve Becker for getting this one done. Oh man, it's been a lot of work, hard work for Stevie and his entire team of race day officials and marshals, and a big thanks as well to the municipality for allowing us to have this event here, and to our governing body, to WIMSA, Mrs. Ann Bacchus and all of them. A big thank you to you, ma'am, for allowing us to do what we love on a Saturday afternoon / evening.
Yeah, folks, that wraps it up for all of us for the event. As Frankie said there, and I reiterate what he said, a big thanks to the local people here in Bredasdorp for making us all feel so welcome, and to local authorities for allowing us back out on track post-COVID-19 to put up meetings like this. There will be information on social media regarding Mr. Steve Becker, the man that put this all together. We do have people that is with him at the Hermanus Hospital, so if you want to get an update, you can just have a look there, and you can pick up the latest information as to Steve's situation. Our hearts and our prayers go out to the whole Becker clan, and a big thanks to Steve for making it all possible for us. From our side, Gary Fleming, on behalf of the West Province Commentators Association, Frankie Yennis and FC Nivot, and then also to Chris for the lovely footage. Drive home safely, folks. Good night, you one and all, and see you at a racetrack somewhere soon.
Yeah, and a big thanks to our sponsors of the Western Province Commentators Association. Also, that is Westcape Motor and Bucky Spears, and Pertamina Faster, and a big thanks to you guys as well. And we'd like to thank you guys for always supporting us wherever we have to go and be at a race event. From my side, FC Nivot, lovely being back here in Bredasdorp after a year and 4 months. We finally managed to get back to Bredasdorp for racing, and what a pleasure it was. And yeah, we'll see you at a racetrack pretty soon. I'll be heading down to the West Coast next weekend to Vescus Oval on the 10th of April. And there's also a main circuit, the Wingfield Motors Power Series club and regional event happening there at Killarney International Raceway next weekend. And then that was Gary and Frankie will be down doing that one. And then as myself will be heading down to the West Coast to Vescus Oval. Jean Verwey and his team putting on their next event there, and I do believe they've got some tickets available for a limited amount of spectators allowed for that one. So if anybody wants to come and join us down in West Coast, go and visit the Vescus Oval Facebook page to get that link for those tickets. And then obviously the 23rd and 24th of April, that is the Wynland Championship down at Mega Oval in Klein Plaasie. So from my side, FC Niveau, drive home safely. Good night.